Hello everyone, welcome to What If Ash Went to Highschool DXD Part 1. Before we start, please go support God of Hope for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Ash is a male. Ash Ketchum, a trainer who has lived through many experiences, now has to go by order of Arceus the Pokemon God to a world where the supernatural is hidden from the sight of humans, but can he survive that world? And by the way, the girls he fell in love with without even wanting to, but above all, he will achieve peace in the three factions AshXharem. Chapter 1. This story begins in a city in Japan called Ku. The city of Ku is a very quiet place where people's lives run in a normal flow without interruptions. All its residents are normal, except one who is a visitor. This visitor arrived 2 months ago, renting a residence near Ku school. This person, at first glance, many around him would say that he is normal, but he is not. Because he is not ordinary. And nobody knows that. Except the same. This 16-year-old dark-skinned teenager had somewhat messy jet black hair. His eyes were caramel brown, and oddly enough he had some marks on his cheeks. He had a uniform that was a black jacket, and over it a white unbuttoned shirt, and a blue underwear, black and red sneakers, and black pants. On his hip was a thin chain that reached into his pants pocket, and this chain had about 6 small gold rings hanging from it. He walked with his backpack on his shoulder, sighing and looking at the sky. Another normal day. I wonder why I'm here. When he arrived at his destination, which was a school, he entered it. Ku School is one of the most recognized schools in the city and is also famous for its high academic level. But it's not just for that reason. Previously, this school was only for girls until boys were admitted. Most of them entered with the hope of getting a harem. Something that the young man simply left aside, since he only entered because it was closer to his rented house. Entering, he found some girls who looked at him from a distance with blushes. Since he accidentally attracted female attention without wanting it, he paid no attention to those glances and concentrated on getting to his designated classroom. When he arrived, it was one of the first-year classrooms, and he took his seat, which was next to the window. Some girls whispered when they saw him, others blushed at the calm look he had. The boy took out his things to be prepared, but in his mind he thought, "Since I arrived, I have only been attending this school. I wonder how everyone is there. I missed them already." "You're Ash Quinn." I stopped thinking when one of her classmates spoke to her. "Tell me?" My friends and I were wondering if you wanted to join us for karaoke on Friday night? Are you joining us?" Some boys watching were getting jealous as a pretty girl asked out a boy who wasn't looking for what they were looking for. "I would like to and everything, but I'm busy this Friday. Maybe another day if you want," he rejected with a somewhat childish smile. That is unintentionally his weapon and the reason why the girls try something with him. She has a childlike and innocent aura when she smiles. So he was called without his permission the Angel of Ku. The girl, seeing that smile, just blushed and had a little bleeding in her nose. That was an everyday thing in his classroom. It was lunchtime, and he walked to his favorite spot. A place he found outside the old school building. An old building that used to be the main school building, but from what I heard was currently occupied by a club that investigates the supernatural. Many times he was curious to find out about that place. But he declined when he learned that he should not be distracted from his mission. The mission that was entrusted to him by a god. Mission that must not fail. He opened his bento ready to eat. "It's good that my mom taught me how to cook before I got here. I hope Pikachu doesn't finish all the ketchup, or this time I'll put him in a pokeball as punishment." Just when he was going to enjoy his bento. "Hey Ketchum." He stopped aside when he knew who those voices were from. "Join us to spy in the whole of the Kendo Club's locker room." "Yes, come with us and enjoy the pleasures of a pay." There were 2 second-year boys who were always looking to entice him to be their partner in crime in their pranks by spying on girls while they were changing, something he is not interested in, since his mother would kill him if she found out he did that. So I decline. "I'm sorry, Motohama-senpai, Matsuda-senpai. But I'll pass." "Come on, Ketchum, I assure you that you won't regret it." "Hey you two, what are you doing to Ash Quinn? Do you want to corrupt him?" They turned around, frightened, to see that behind them were two girls they knew well. Ash-kun is innocent enough to know that, so leave him alone, you filthy people. This is none of your business, Murayama. K-Taste, we want to make you enjoy porn. And on top of that, you have no shame. Go away before we send you to the infirmary like last time. And not wanting to get hurt, they ran when they saw that the aforementioned girls had bamboo shurnai with the intention of using them on their bodies. When they left, they spoke to the boy. Ash-kun, don't pay attention to what those two tell you. Don't worry, Kate-senpai, I'm not interested in what they say, thanks for helping me. They smiled at him, knowing that they had done well with their kohai, and without further ado they left him eating in peace. The black-haired boy was enjoying his bento, but just as he was about to finish he felt a look. He turned around and his eyes met with a person who, as usual, was watching him from where he was. A girl with crimson hair and blue eyes. Due to her uniform and her age, she was a third-year girl, so she was her senpai, plus she is known as the most beautiful and popular girl in the school. That was something that even Ash himself did not deny. He did find her pretty, but he preferred to forget that and finish his bento to return to his classroom. He is not so naive to fall for a pretty face. But all the while I couldn't stop thinking about that look she had. It was a very mysterious look, which invited him to discover. She watched him leave. In all the time since he learned of his admission, he has not taken his eyes off him because he feels a power in him. But apart from that, the presence of that boy produced mystery. I investigated, trying to find something without success. There were no real records of his birth, medical records, nothing about him. All I could do was watch him from a distance. Era, are you still watching him? A girl with long raven hair, violet eyes and an elegant smile asked while looking at a chessboard. There is a power in that boy, if only we knew if he is a threat. I wish it wasn't. It looks so cute that it makes you want to pamper it. I'd be lying to you if I said you were wrong, checkmate. That's what he said when moving a pawn. Now? Again? I'm going to take a shower. She undressed and entered her shower, feeling the hot water on her skin. While this was happening in her mind, she couldn't stop imagining that boy and that mysterious aura that was attracting her. Attraction that I wasn't sure if I wanted to follow or leave. So only time will tell. Things were quiet for Ash once he got out of school, since he was heading to the place where he rented, hoping that nothing had happened. When he crossed the bridge, he stopped for a moment looking at the sunset. Since Arceus sent me here, nothing has happened. There aren't even any Pokemon in this world. I know that this was a mission he gave me and that I must keep a low profile, but I would like to be able to see my friends, even for a moment. I wonder how they are, if they are angry with me for disappearing so suddenly. I wonder if Serena is sad. And oh, excuse me? I stopped thinking when I saw that a girl was talking to him. Are you Ash Ketchum? He looked at her. She was a girl with long straight black hair and purple eyes. Her uniform was different from anything he had ever seen, so he assumed she was from another school. What he found strange was that the girl spoke with a blush. Can I help you? He asked politely. I saw you pass by here and I. Yeah? I wanted to see if you would like to go out with me. He said that last part in a shout because of the nervous state he was in. Ash didn't know how to respond as he was trying to figure out what to do. But something inside him told him that she is not what she seems, to get as far away from her as possible. Something evil was coming from her, and her senses were warning her. Maybe it's my aura. These were his thoughts. Ash was a person who let himself be guided by his instincts, and there were times when those instincts have saved his life. So he gave his answer. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in a date. The girl won't believe that he rejected her. But Sorry, I'm late, see you later. He used that as an excuse to be able to escape from her. He felt that he was in danger. She stood there still in disbelief that this boy had rejected her. An evil look graced her face as she watched him leave. All of this was witnessed by a girl with shoulder-length white hair and yellow feline-like eyes while eating a popsicle. Pikachu is here, wha? Boom. A dull noise was heard throughout the house. It was Ash who stepped on something that made him stumble when he arrived. That hurt was his complaint with his face on the ground. When he got up, he saw what made him trip. A bottle of ketchup, and the dark-skinned man knew who was responsible. He walked straight to the kitchen and saw a mess and many ketchup bottles on the floor, and on the table, as if a wild party had taken place, was the electric mouse hugging an almost empty bottle with ketchup on his face. "Pikachu, you went too far this time." The yellow mouse, upon hearing his trainer's voice, got up and ran away, knowing what he was going to do to him. "Pika! Come here, don't run, you little bugger. If you keep running, I'll leave you in your pokeball for longer." Noises could be heard everywhere in the house as the teenager chased his Pokemon to punish it. Things were normal for Ash Ketchum in this world. Dawn broke in and like a normal day passed. He was in his seat looking out the window waiting for the day to end, but it just can't be. "Kaiya, it's Rias Wani-sama. Rias-senpai is here. I'll try to take a picture of her. We are blessed by your presence on the first-year floors." He turned around to see what all that fuss was about. He knew it was produced when he saw that entering his classroom was the same girl who was watching him from the window of the old building. Rias Gremory, one of the girls a guy would kill to date. He didn't know how to act when he saw her approaching his place. In her hand she had a wooden box with black and white squares. "Hello, Ketchum-san, would you like to play a game of chess?" she asked with a smile. Leaving everyone with their mouths open upon learning that one of the idols was asking for a game of chess with the most innocent and alien boy in the school. Many boys wanted to kill the dark-skinned man for his blessed luck. Many girls were jealous to see that the idol was trying something with him. "Well, the truth is I don't know much about chess, just the basics," said Ash, embarrassed and feeling uncomfortable because of the murderous looks from his male companions. "Well, I can show you the rest. What do you say? Do you accept?" "I will do it with one condition." "Which?" Many waited for what he would ask as a condition, the men somewhat lascivious. "Something that cost them blows from the girls." Until the dark-skinned man spoke. "Call me by my name like my friends do." There was silence in the classroom. No one expected him to ask that, but "Well, if that's what you want, then let's get started, Ash." "With pleasure." And with the pieces in place, the game began. Each one started with Ash having the black while Rias had the white. The redhead made the first move, starting the game. Both moved their pieces, making the game flow. Each one responded with a move or a counterattack, making their rival retreat. 10 minutes passed, and Ash was running out of pieces while Rias still had less than half of her pieces. Many of those present thought that the redhead was winning, but it was quite the opposite. Her pieces had no way of defeating the enemy king. Something that was strange, since usually the king was not used for the attack. An opening. That's what he thought when he saw that there was an opportunity to move the queen in the direction of an attack on the king. Check. She didn't get the chance as she watched as a promoted pawn threatened her king along with a bishop waiting for the king to run somewhere in the corners and a knight also targeting the king. She was in shock. "As you focused on eliminating my biggest threat, you forgot about my pawn that I promoted to a rook. You didn't use your imagination. You only relied on common calculations and strategies when you could have used your pieces in a different way. And I also made you look like you had me cornered. Even though I prefer to attack head-on and I don't like sacrifice, I did it so that the following pieces could continue through them. I think that's more than clear." Everyone was shocked. The Wani-sama was cornered. Seeing that she had no way out or to continue, she did the only thing that was most sensible. He threw down his king, declaring that he was leaving the game. The black guy, even though he won, didn't like that he retired. He doesn't like that someone gave up. Rias Wani-sama was defeated. She was defeated. Could Ash-kun be smarter than Kaicho? Ash-kun is a genius. There were murmurs from all around. She picked up the pieces and put them back in the box. "I had fun in this game," as she offered him her hand. "I had fun too, senpai. I hope we can play again?" "I accept," and shake that hand. "Of course, under one condition." "Which?" "That you call me by my name." He just smiled with joy, knowing that maybe now he could have a friend. "Of course, Rias." She didn't know how to respond to that smile. She didn't even know why her heart was beating like crazy, nor did she know why the touch of his hand was warm. She always thought that men were nothing more than muscles and little brain, that all they wanted from her was to take her to bed. But she felt very safe being close to that boy who only cares about being her friend without looking for or wanting anything else from the redhead other than a sincere and pure friendship. Besides the fact that no man other than her father and brother have ever looked at her in the eyes, they always look below her neck. He felt that those sincere and innocent eyes of the boy were pure. He felt the desire to want to taste that purity and take it as his own. What confused her? She let go of that hand and prepared to leave before the bell rang, with a blush in her heart that did not stop beating like a war drum. But as I left the classroom I looked at my hand, the one I used to shake his. I no longer felt the warmth of his touch. There was nothing left. What was that? Did I know? That can't be possible, but... Now Bucho, what's wrong? Why is your face red? Asked her friend with raven hair when she saw the redhead's blush. Nothing, just nothing, let's go back to the club. Bucho, what about what Kaneko reported yesterday? She didn't respond, worrying the brunette until... Today we will make our move after all. He is one of those who likes to do things head on. That's very risky, you know? I know, but the doctrine is holding us back from what we want, and he is the one we want. I just hope you know what you're doing. Me too, Akino, me too. That's what she said because now she was more determined to have that boy with her. After all, he is now your friend. Night came and Ash walked straight to the park since he needed to take Pikachu out and breathe fresh air since he couldn't stand being locked up for long. When he could see that there was no one. You can go out, Pikachu. And from his backpack the same Pokemon came out to breathe. Cha. I'm glad you like it. I'm sorry I can't take you out during the day, my friend, he said sadly to his electric rodent friend. Pikachu, I speak in a tone of not giving it importance. Well, my friend, what do you think if we train? After all, we can't become weak. We don't want a repeat of what happened in Unova, right? Pikachu, the same Pokemon, shouted with enthusiasm. Well, go ahead. Both Pokemon and trainer were running together and moving agilely between the trees, including the same Pokemon using its iron tail at low power on its trainer, who evaded the hits with accuracy and timing. They spent about 2 hours training together until they were tired, already sitting at the fountain cooling off with its water. My goodness, the water feels good, doesn't it, my friend? Pika was the yellow Pokemon's response. Well, that's all for today. Tomorrow we'll continue with the training, do you agree, friend? Kia. Just as they were getting ready to leave, something happened. The usually night sky turned purple, which alarmed both of them. What's going on? Wow, what a coincidence. They turned to see a man in a khaki trench coat and hat staring at them evilly. Rainer's target is right in front of my eyes. This is pure gold. Who are you? Asked the coach. Something in the man's gaze did not please him at all. Who am I? You are going to die tonight. I don't see the need to give you my name. The same man on his right hand created a bright blue energy as if it were a light. Ash and Pikachu backed away a little. Hey, are you scared? It's normal for a human to be scared, don't worry. I'll do it quickly since I'm not a sadist. He prepares his spear and throws it in Ash's direction. The guy thought this was the end, but... Iron Tail Pikachu. The yellow mouse used his silver tail to hit that spear and forcefully deflect it towards a tree in which it remained stuck. But how? Quick attack. At Ash's command, Pikachu surrounded himself with white energy, and with that energy he hit the man in the chest, causing him great pain and sending him to the ground. Electro Ball. And from the tail of the electric mouse a sphere of electric energy was formed, and after a wave it was launched at the subject, who was barely recovering from the blow. Boom! An explosion occurred at the site and a cloud of dust became visible. When the dust cleared, the same man was on his knees trying to get up, which he couldn't do as electrical flashes surrounded his body. I was paralyzed. The Pokemon had electricity on his cheeks ready for another attack, but... Wait, Pikachu. He calmed down at his command, looking at the subject with caution. The teenager approached the subject seriously, keeping a safe distance. Who sent you to kill me? And how is it that I am someone's target? The subject did not respond. I recommend you speak up or you might not be able to withstand what is coming. I don't need to do it. The black-haired boy didn't understand what the guy was saying until he felt something go through his back. The Pokemon was shocked to see his trainer pierced by a pink spear. Pika. That human trusted his pet so much that he didn't see his own death. The Pokemon turned around and saw that from the air there was a plump woman with black hair and purple eyes. The worst thing was that she had black feathered wings on her back. The boy fell to the ground, clenching his teeth in pain. Blood was coming out of the wound and he couldn't stop it. The Pokemon is with its trainer trying to move it or make it react. But it was useless. The man, still having spasms from the static, stood up and with a spear of light in his hand prepared to finish off the boy while the woman lowered herself to the ground and gave him a cold smile. It's nothing personal, kid. You're cute and all, but you had to die. If you want to blame someone, blame the god who put that artifact in you. Donixek, finish it. With pleasure. The Pokemon looked hostilely at them, and in a vain attempt to protect its trainer, it used lightning in the area, driving those people away. That thing won't let us kill him, said the guy. It doesn't matter, he will die anyway, although I think we should capture that thing. Azazel-sama would be happy to investigate it. Okay, I hope you like that gift. Just when he was going to do something. Boom. A crimson-black sphere of energy crashed into the ground. They took flight and saw that it was a girl with crimson hair accompanied by another girl with raven hair and a short girl with white hair. I advise you to leave or there will be problems, she said in a hostile manner. Damn, she's the demon in charge of the area. Donixek, let's run away quickly. They flapped their wings and then flew away from the place. Ash, the red-haired girl, screamed, now seeing that her friend was dying. Pika the Pokemon flushed his cheeks in a clear signal to get away from his trainer. Calm down, I'm going to help him. Let me pass, the girl asked and tried to calm him down. Pikachu the mouse surrounded himself with electricity. It was obvious that he didn't hear her. Akino. Understood. The Pokemon, seeing that the brunette was approaching, used a quick attack to stop her, but she created a barrier that he crashed into, and with that opportunity she took him in her arms. We came to help you, you must calm down. Pikachu. He used lightning to try to get her to let go, but that girl wasn't affected much, which left him confused. I tried several times, but she wouldn't let go. Everything will be okay, we will help, Ash, she said without wanting to let go, enduring the electricity very well, although she was very surprised by so much electricity. How can a creature like this produce so much power? Were his thoughts as he tried to absorb most of the lightning. While that was happening, the redhead had Ash in her arms. He was still conscious, but he didn't have much time left. Ash, I'm sorry, I should have found you first. I should have protected you. It's all my fault, she was distressed. Issei, is that you? Ash, I'm here, it's me. Well, I'm glad to know that I won't die without a friend. He could barely speak. You won't die, I can help you, Ash. You just have to tell me if you want me to do it. What are you talking about? I can save you, but the price is that you will no longer be the same. You will stop being human and become a being of darkness. You will be under my care for eternity. I can only do it if you accept. He didn't know what to think or what decision to make. If he dies, he will never see his friends again and will leave his mother and his Pokemon alone. But if he lives, he may never return to his world since Arceus would forbid him from entering. I didn't know what decision to make, until his will to live won him over. Do it, he said weakly, feeling that his life was slipping away. She smiled happily that her friend had accepted. I'm glad, Ash, now close your eyes. When you open them, your new life will begin. The redhead's voice was like a sedative for the black-haired boy, who obeyed and gave himself over to unconsciousness. Dawn broke in K, and the sun's rays were hitting the jet-black face, making him slowly wake up. He woke up and yawned a little sleepily. It's already dawn. What a strange dream I had. He moved a little from the bed but felt something moving between the sheets apart from him. Let's go, Pikachu, up. He moved those sheets so he could wake up his electric friend. But what his eyes saw was not his electric friend. It was the same red-haired girl that he became friends with. But the fact that she was in his bed did not leave him stunned. What left him stunned was that she was in his bed without any clothes, completely naked, just as she came into the world. In all his years of traveling since he left Pallet Town, this type of situation has never happened to him, not even with Serena, to whom he was very close. They're bigger than Maze, but what Girakinas am I thinking? He scolded himself. He was very confused and blushing, wondering how this kind of situation came about. The only thing he could think of was to quietly get out of bed so as not to disturb the girl and cause a misunderstanding. Just when he was about to leave, some arms took him by the waist and put him back in bed. It was the same girl who was already fully awake and decided to play a joke on the mustard. "Good morning, Ash." Good morning." He was nervous because of so much closeness and the softness of the girl's skin. "I tried by will not to give in to those impulses. My mother would kill me if she found out about this, or worse, the boys would kill me. Now, do you like my skin or do you like my…" Boom. She didn't finish speaking when the door opened and Ash's most faithful and loyal friend entered. Pika. Pikachu. He stood up and the Pokemon launched itself into his arms. Both inseparable friends were at one time. The girl now just pouted at being interrupted, but she couldn't deny that she found that scene cute. And at the same time he became curious. Now that I look at it, I've never seen a creature like that, she thought, but in the end she only had the option. "Ash, who is your pet?" asked him. He was a little indignant at those words. "He's Pikachu and he's not my pet, he's my friend. We've been through many adventures and challenges together." From the black-haired boy's words it was understood that the pet thing was very offensive. "But with all this, what are you doing here?" he asked the girl. "Don't you remember what happened last night?" Nope," he replied. She smiled and said to him, "It was a magical evening that you and I spent, Ash. How can you not remember what we did last night? That blushes greatly to the jet black that would resemble the color of a magmar." The Pokemon just stood there with his little paws holding back his laughter. That happened?" Ash said, now pale from the consequences of a night he didn't remember. He was already afraid of what his mother or his friends would say to him. Until Pi cha 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 cha, the electric mouse began to laugh comically. His friend's laughter, plus the redhead's suppressed laughter, made him understand that. "Hey, that's not funny, I almost had a heart attack with that joke." They played a joke on him. "I'm sorry, but I just couldn't resist," she said, calming down her laughter. "Yes. This is a good way to start the morning." It was Saturday. But so the black-haired boy was walking with his electric friend inside a backpack, accompanied by a girl who will tell him all the details of what happened last night. When they arrived at the Occult Research Club, he was greeted by a girl he himself had heard about. Akino Himejima was one of the school's idols and known as the One-Sama after Rias. Era, I'm glad you're finally here, Ketchum-san. My name is Akino. I hope we get along well." She bowed to greet him. Likewise, he also did the same. Pika. The Pokemon asked to be taken out, and he opened the backpack so his friend could breathe. "How do you feel, Pikachu?" "Pikachu," said the mouse in a sigh, finally breathing air. Era, it's your pet. I think it's the most powerful shock I've ever felt." That girl's smile gave them both chills. So much so that the mouse was tempted to go back inside to be as far away from her as possible. Something he couldn't do because she had him in her arms. "You are a very sweet little thing. I feel like giving you lots of hugs." Pikachu. I used lightning at maximum power, but it barely affected him negatively. In fact, he liked it. Fufufu, that discharge is more powerful than the previous one. Give me more." That girl's tone terrified the mouse. So the jet came to his aid by taking it out of his hands. "I'm sorry, Himejima-senpai, but Pikachu doesn't like being hugged like that." "Now I hope you do." That was the last thing he said after unexpectedly hugging the dark-skinned man, and then buzzes. Electrocute him herself. Something that hurt him. But he resisted the pain, barely letting out a moan. Since the electric shock was almost on par with Pikachu's. Having Pokemon that shoot fire in his face Charizard, knock him down with a body slam Bailiff, bite him with deadly teeth Garmchomp, freeze him Glalie, use him as a landing pad Glisker, crush him with goo and many kilos of weight Mook and Snorlax, hit him with air-blasting hooks Primeape, run him over and stomp him with 120 hooves his 30 Taurus, and to top it off take synchro damage Greninja has made him someone who tolerates pain well. This would be nothing for the immortal Jet. Come on Aquino, you're going to kill him, Rias said seriously. She left the boy who was a little paralyzed by the electricity. But he recovered in a way that was surprising to those present. And Aquino already had plans to have fun with her new partner. Ash met the other members. Or I already knew them. In fact, he became friends with them before he became friends with Rias. What were Yuto Kiba? Who many girls have dubbed as the Prince of Cook, and has earned the hatred of 99.9% of the male student population excluding the raven-haired boy. For his manners and his noble tone with the ladies when he rejects them when they ask him for a date. Many girls had suspicions that Ash was his apprentice. Which was a total lie. He was happy that the only boy who dared to be his friend was now in his group. And Kaneko Toho is classified as the school mascot. She has been very quiet and expressionless. There have been times when he has given her some chocolates when they are on break, and he talks to her about many things even though she never says anything. But secretly she likes spending time with the black guy. Since she didn't know how, but being by his side calmed her down because she was surrounded by an aura of joy and security. Now, even though he doesn't express it, he is very happy that he is at the club. Kiba-senpai Kaneko-san, nice to see you. Remember that he is in first year. I'm glad you're here, Ash-kun, my best friend will be with us. Anyone with a dirty mind would misinterpret that. But Ash is a boy who sees the good in people. And Kiba in his opinion is good. Welcome, Ash-kun, said Kaneko in her flat and emotionless tone of voice, but the sparkle in her eyes revealed that she wanted to spend many hours with the raven. Everyone except Ash noticed it, even Pikachu himself, who patted his head at the density of his partner. Seriously, there are 5 traveling companions, one of them even kisses him and he still doesn't get the hints? Someone call a hypno to remove that density or hypnotize him or whatever. Anyway, to the story. Ash, we welcome you to the club as a new member. We expect a lot from you. Everyone applauded. Welcoming you? He smiled nervously along with his drummer friend with legs who was on his shoulder. I'm glad they accepted me even though I didn't ask to join their club. I just wanted answers about what happened last night. Well, Ash, you better take a seat. This is going to be a long time to explain. He obeyed and sat down. With a Kaneko who sat next to him, more comfortable with that aura that the jet radiates. Look, Ash, I want to ask you. Do you know or have you heard about angels and demons? Nope, he denied honestly. Well, I'll give you the quickest explanation. We are all demons here, beings of darkness that for others we symbolize evil. They expected a negative or mocking reaction from Mustard. But he looked seriously, which left them surprised. Continue is what he said, paying attention. She calmed her surprise to continue. As you will see, many millennia ago in the world without the human race realizing it, a war was fought, in which 3 factions of Christianity fought for the possession of the world. Among them were us demons who formed contracts with humans to strengthen ourselves. The fallen angels who manipulate humans to finish us off, and the angels who by order of God seek to eliminate us both for representing darkness and betrayal. It was a 3-sided war in which there was no winner. At the end the 3 factions were in a critical state, in which it would take centuries to return to having the population that we had before. She paused for a moment to let the black-haired man absorb all the information she gave him. While Ash, he spoke. Can war break out again? That left the demons surprised for the second time. She answered. We are not sure, Ash. Now we are at a point where we cannot let our guard down. Anyone can unleash a spark to start another voracious war. He became thoughtful. He remembered his adventure in the tree at the beginning. How, Sir Aaron, a guardian of the aura, stopped a voracious and violent war that was going to be fought near his kingdom. He understood that if the previous guardian of the aura sacrificed himself to stop a war, so he had to do the same. Of course, he will make a difference. He will not give up his life but will look for a way to stop it. I think I understand now why Arceus sent me here. Perhaps he wants me to put an end to this conflict to achieve an alliance with them, and so that their war does not affect my world, but for that I have to go in and gain the trust not only of the leaders but also of the most influential beings. For the good of everyone in my world and also for the good of those who are now my friends, he thought this while looking at his companions with determination. And is there any way for demons, angels and fallen angels to have peace? That question shocked everyone present. Until Rias. Ash, there is no way for the three factions to make peace. We have been natural enemies since the beginning of time. It would be easier to have peace if the three factions no longer existed. Well, I think there is, it's just that one doesn't dare to do it. Era, why the sudden interest in the three factions having peace? Akino asked. Why? Why not? Said or asked the black-haired man. Ash, the three factions having peace is like saying that the holy and the demonic will merge. It's impossible. Rias, something I've learned in my life is that nothing is impossible if you have will, right, Pikachu? Pika, he cheered up, holding his paw high. Come on, Ash, let's leave that for today. The only thing I can tell you is that we expect a lot from you, said Rias, smiling and happy that that boy was now in her peerage. Don't worry, Rias, the world will know who Ash Ketchum is, he said with determination. Thus beginning a mission and a new adventure for Ash and Pikachu in this new and unknown world. But this story will continue. Chapter 2. The weeks passed, and Ash got used to his life as a demon. He handed out flyers and started fulfilling wishes. He had to do a lot of things that he wished none of his friends would ever find out about. Things that wouldn't let you sleep without trauma. At school, everything got better or worse, depending on how you want to see it. Since the admission of the Raven to the occult club was made public, the boys have become more hostile to him due to his, according to them, blessed luck that he has to be in the same club as the most beautiful and popular girls in school. They wanted to hurt him so much. But it doesn't get worse due to inexplicable, yes, of course, electric shocks that appear out of nowhere, electrocuting them. All thanks to Pikachu, who, thanks to a special magic necklace given by the red-haired devil, is invisible to the eyes of people who are not aware of the supernatural world, so our yellow friend no longer has to be locked up at home all day. As long as you have it on. Morning came and Ash walked with Pikachu on his shoulder towards school. My goodness, Pikachu, since I became a demon things have changed. I don't know if we can return to our world someday. I just hope the others aren't angry with me. Pika pie, they will be, no doubt. What do you mean they're angry? He asked his electric friend. Pie Pikachu, not counting what Serena does to you. Come on, I don't think Serena is that angry, or is she? He asked, not sure of his words. But just when they were about to continue talking. Awa. Boom. The sound of a person falling was heard. He looked to see who the unfortunate person was. But he blushed when he saw that person had her panties exposed. They're whiter than dawn by Arceus, I'm thinking. His yellow friend looked at his trainer. He just had a look that said, pervert. The black man realized. It's not what you think, don't bother Pikachu, he said, blushing even more and with a vein in his temple highlighting that he is annoyed by the look of his furry friend. Ow, that hurt. The girl's complaints made both of them react that she needed help. So they went to help her. Are you okay? If there is no problem, I tend to trip over even the air itself. Then the wind blew strongly, revealing from the veil a beautiful and tender girl, with long blonde hair and beautiful and innocent green eyes. Eyes from which he did not stop looking. And they also reminded him of someone. Lily. Another thanks for helping me, and is it your pet? That left the brunette in shock, and from the expression on the girl's face he could see that she was looking at her Pokemon in its entirety. I have no idea what you're talking about. The attempt to conceal. But all of us reading this know that he is a terrible actor. I can see it, it's very cute and adorable, she said with a very innocent smile. Pika? Can you see me? Said Pikachu, bewildered because someone could see him even with the collar on. Ash came to a conclusion. She is aware of the supernatural, I must be alert with her. Although I don't see that she is someone who wants to hurt me, even my aura is calm. Note: in this FIC, Ash's aura, like a Lucario, is able to sense people's emotions, but be careful, he does not fully use his aura due to lack of control and a crucial element to use it at will like AshXharem, so he can only sense people with dark and murderous intentions. I won't say more to avoid giving spoilers. Well, to the FIC. Would you let me hug him? The blonde asked. That brought the black-haired boy out of his trance, since the most natural thing and what he understood from his friends is that people would fear what they don't know. But he was brought out of his trance again when she picked up the little electric rodent. Unlike Akino, she was not afraid of yellow, it's more. The sane Pokemon felt safe in his arms as if he remembered when he was in the arms of his trainer's former companions. So she snuggled closer into her sister's lap. And Ash just sighed knowing that when his furry friend settles on a girl's lap you can't get him out until he wants to. Recently this happened with Rias and Kaneko-san. She didn't want to get close to Akino-senpai, although I don't blame her. With her sadistic side she even scares me a lot. It's as if she was and wasn't herself at the same time. After a few minutes they walked towards the church. Since the girl was not a resident of the city, she lost her way to where she was supposed to go. So Azabash, who as we already know is a charitable soul, did not refuse to help her. As they walked the dark-skinned man felt a burning sensation in his right hand. Wait, what do you have in your hand? She asked. Nothing, just that I cut my hand when I was cutting some vegetables for my bento. It's nothing serious, he said, not giving the pain any importance. He's had worse than that. Can I see your hand? She asked. Clear. He showed his hand, which was bandaged with a simple cloth bandage and still had blood on it. Pika Pikachu Pai Ash, you could have hurt yourself more, the Pokemon claimed. I didn't want to worry you is what he said in response to the complaints. But what I didn't expect was that the burning was going away. He looked at his hand and saw something that surprised him greatly. It was the sister who had a green aura in one hand that healed the injured hand. When she was completely healed, she gave the coach a smile. That's it, do you feel better now? Yes, I am. How? I think it's because of my rings. With them I can heal no matter who it is. It's a gift that God gave me. The sister showed off some silver rings on her ring fingers. Ash understood what those rings were. Something he also has. Sacred gear. These were his thoughts as he unconsciously hid his left hand. Ha, there it is. He looked in the direction she was pointing. On a hill there was a church, although it had an appearance of total abandonment, making anyone who wanted to enter there think twice. And more to the Ebony, who had a very terrifying feeling, one that told him to run away. So he obeyed that feeling and decided to take Pikachu to leave. Well, we've already guided you, Pikachu, and I have to go. Wait, at least let me invite you to some tea or some snacks, is what he said when he had taken her hand, preventing her from leaving. I'm sorry, but I have some business to do. The girl became depressed at those words. The truth is that although she couldn't explain it, she liked the feeling that being close to him gave her. As if it were a sun and she was in its orbit. The black man, seeing that sad face, did not have the courage to leave things like that. Hence. But we can see each other again, if you want? Really? She asked hopefully. Sure, my name is Ketchum. He gave his hand to introduce himself. Asia Argento, she took it and introduced herself. That same feeling came back to her, wanting not to let him go, but she repressed it by letting go of that hand. On the other hand, Ash still had that feeling of fear, so he had to escape. Well, see you later, he said, walking away with Pikachu on his shoulder. Goodbye, I hope we see each other again, she said, heading towards the church. But he stopped for a moment, and then turned around to see the black-haired boy leaving with a blush on his cheeks. I would have liked to be alone with him in church. He stopped his thoughts when he realized what he was thinking, so he shook his head and calmed his heartbeat. God forgive me for having these thoughts. while the dark-skinned man. Pikachu Pika Pie? You're not going to tell Rias what happened, are you? Of course I have to tell him. Sooner or later he will realize it, and I don't like to lie. Pika Pie Pie Ka, you know he'll get angry. I don't think he'll get angry, my friend, and I won't hear him. I told you so. From you. Don't come near that church again, said a redhead, very upset by what the black-haired boy did. Pie you? Not a word, Pikachu. He didn't let his friends say the expected. I told you so. The angels and fallen angels are our enemies. Stepping on their territory like a church is like an invitation to death, and even more so if it is a sister. She could have exorcised you if she had found out that you are a demon. Come on, Bucho, I don't think. I say this for your own good, Ash. They are our worst enemy after the angels, since they obtain their power through the word of God. They could easily kill you. I was able to revive you and save you from death, but I won't be able to save you again if someone from the church comes to exorcise you. It would be the same as being dead would be the end for you. The seriousness of the she-devil was enough to make Ash understand. Although he didn't want to say it out loud, he admitted that he was very reckless. Rias, seeing that the raven lowered his gaze, simply hugged him, thinking that perhaps she was too harsh with him. Ash, sorry if I was a little harsh on you, but you really gave me a lot of anguish when you told me about your sister. I'm trying to protect you since you're part of my family now. Don't worry, Bucho. I know you care about me and I really appreciate it. I trust your words. Do you trust me? If that's true, could you tell me where you found Pikachu? I want to have one too, she asked, and the dark-skinned man got nervous. One of the things Arceus told him was not to reveal anything about his own world unless it was seen as necessary. So he just thought of a way to get out of that. Something that was not necessary. Era, I hope I don't miss a punishment. Since Rias's right hand had arrived with her elegant smile. Pikachu, hearing that voice, jumped out of fear at his trainer and got inside the black jacket. Come on, Pikachu, I don't think she'll hurt you, is what Ash said, trying to convince his electric friend. Pika Pie, Kia, yes of course, she is worse than an Emolga. Fufufu, a few quick shocks wouldn't be bad, she said, licking her lips, looking at both of them in an unholy way. There are times like this when the mouse would have had the lightning rod ability instead of static. She's worse than a Tyranitar or a Gyarados, were the thoughts of the brown-eyed man, being nervous and scared of that girl. What's wrong, Makino? We have a commission from the Archduke, a street map. With those words, the redhead put aside the topic of Pikachu and showed her serious side. Gather everyone, we're going hunting. Ash didn't know what was happening, but he wasn't going to ask either when he felt the seriousness in the air. He could only mentally prepare himself for what was to come. But little did I know that that night would be one impossible to forget. The night has come. And arriving at an abandoned warehouse was the Gremory group. The silence was present, and the black man did not know if he should speak or better remain silent. But with every step he took towards that place, his aura told him not to come closer. Even his yellow friend was nervous, especially because of the smell he could smell in the wind. One that the white-haired girl herself said. The air smells like blood. That didn't sound very encouraging. When they arrived, the place was dark and the gloomy atmosphere was everywhere outside the moonlight. Alright guys, we'll do this quickly and don't forget to show Ash what we can do. They nodded as the black-haired boy continued to look around in the darkness. He felt like whatever was hiding in the shadows had its gaze on him. Something that was starting to make him nervous. Can you feel that, Pikachu? He asked his partner. Pika Pie, of course. That's very difficult to ignore, is what he said, having small discharges on his cheeks. Whatever it is, you have to be careful. Ash, careful is what Rias said, terrified. Upon hearing his mistress's voice and the murderous instincts, he narrowly avoided. Pam. As if a huge beastly hand crushed him. Pikachu Electro Ball. The Pokemon jumped and formed a sphere of electricity on its tail and threw it at the attacker. The electric sphere impacted, revealing a woman. But only from the waist up, since below he looks like a monstrous centaur. And his gaze was one of bloodthirsty and lust. What terrified our hero was that the same woman was looking at him with that intention. Of all the prisoners that have come here, you are the best of all. The very voice of that woman froze the blood of the black man. Ash, get out of there, Rias shouted, going with her deer to help him. But they will not interfere. They could not advance as a magical barrier was raised so that they could not go to their aid. Akino. The barrier is very strong, it will take me time to remove it, is what he said, holding his hands on the barrier, trying to remove it. Since, like everyone else, she was afraid that thing would kill Ash. They could do nothing but watch. Watching him try to survive. Ash jumped away from those powerful hands that wanted to catch him and kill him. Trying to escape. Don't run away, I promise I'll make you scream with pain and pleasure. No thanks, Iron Tail Pikachu, he gave his order as he jumped out of the monster's reach. The Pokemon hit the woman's solar plexus with its silver tail, causing her to recoil and moan in pain due to the force of the blow. Now use lightning. At Ash's command, the electric Pokemon launched its powerful ray, causing her to howl in pain from so much electricity. When she stopped, she had burned skin, but she could still fight. Your pet won't save you from me. That's what he said, and then with his mouth he gathered purple energy. Ash had an idea of what that energy could do, so Pikachu dodged it. I order him to evade that attack, but the Pokemon was not his target. Ash is aiming at you, the redhead shouts. What? He didn't listen to her. Done. The energy shot went past Pikachu and straight to the Raven. He didn't have time to react. Boom. They watched in amazement as the shot hit the target, creating an explosion. ASH. It was the cry of everyone outside the barrier. And from the smoke came out the same jet with his clothes somewhat ruined and noticeable wounds. I roll until I reach the barrier. The electric Pokemon went to see if he was still alive. Pika Pie, Ash, are you okay? Despite the pain, he gave a smile to his electric friend. Don't worry, my friend, that's not going to put me 3 meters underground. As he could, he got up. Ash, stay on the ground, she will kill you, please don't get up, said a redhead, hitting the barrier and being very distressed by the Ash-kun, please hold on. The blonde knight was also distressed for his friend. Ash-kun, don't move, also said a white-haired tower who wished that her super strength would help her to throw down that barrier and be able to help her friend. Ash-kun, I beg you, stay where you are, the queen also said, making double effort to throw down the barrier. She could not allow her partner to die. But he couldn't hear them. He just smiled, caring little about the pain. Now it's time to use it, Pikachu. She clenched her left hand and a light surrounded her, and then a crimson gauntlet with a green gem was in its place. I've been training with my sacred gear for weeks, and now I can use it. Boost. The gem shined and recharged Ash's energy. The street demon saw everything with mockery, but tired of waiting, she spoke. I already gave you seconds of life, now I will devour you. She launched herself with her powerful fists ready to kill him, but boost recharge for the second time. Ash, get out of there, even though he couldn't hear her, she screamed anyway. You're mine, he only needed a few more meters to kill him. Boost the recharge for the third time. Ash. No matter what she screamed, it seemed like all was lost, but Pikachu quick attack with Iron Tail. The mouse positioned himself under her, and with more energy his silver tail cut the demon's tendons, causing her to stumble and moan in pain. Hiya. He launched himself covered in green energy that increased his power and strength 3 times, and then with his right fist. Boom. Ga. Hitting her stomach and making her lose control of what she had. The barrier. The barrier, it has fallen. Akino's words were enough for them to launch an attack. While the Raven is trapped on the ground by the huge hands of the demon who was ready to kill him, breaking some of his ribs, but whoop. Tud. Tud. Multiple swords were thrust around his body. Crack. And a powerful parry broke the huge arm, freeing it from the grip. It was Kiba and Kaneko who went to help him. Rias using her family's power of destruction to push back the stray and taking a wounded Ash to safety with Pikachu covering the rear. Letting the brunette take out all her fury on that demon. Ash, resist Ash. That was the only thing he managed to hear as he lost consciousness. The light reached the black-haired boy's eyes, making him wake up. In his sleep he could make out that his yellow friend was nearby, asleep. But he blushed when he saw that the one hugging him was the same redhead. It had dawned in the house where he lived. He managed to sit up beside his bed with difficulty, having a headache. Well, it could have been worse. These were the thoughts of the dark-skinned man who tried to see the good side of what happened to him last night. But what he didn't realize was that the same redhead had already woken up and was looking worriedly at her dear. But at the same time a lot of anger. I look for later. Pam. Receive a slap on your left cheek. Although she felt the pain, what left her in shock was why she did that. You're an idiot, a reckless one. If the barrier hadn't fallen, maybe you wouldn't be here. Touching her reddened cheek, he looked at her and saw something he didn't expect. She was shedding tears. It was more than obvious even to himself that the redhead was very worried about him. I didn't know what to do or what to say. He was going to speak, but... She asked him. Why didn't you stay on the ground like I ordered you to? Why didn't you obey me? She didn't look at him, she was looking at the bed. I didn't have the courage to look him in the eyes. Until Ash himself touched her shoulder, and she looked at him. To see her smile full of determination. Because I had to do it, and in the end it turned out well. But you know that there will be times when one has to stay on the ground. I want you to understand that there will be times when in the future I will have to give up for your sake. That won't happen. She stopped when she saw that the dark-skinned man was looking at her with great determination. Ash. If I don't give up, you won't give up either. But Ash, she wanted to make him understand. Never give up until the end. Those words. The raven's words surprised the redhead. He always thought with the logic that humans, if something becomes difficult, they would just leave it, that they would not strive for something like the ancient humans of yesteryear. But meeting this boy who, despite what they tell him, or who simply tell him to give up, he doesn't throw in the towel. And he proved it last night. Even though everything was against him, he only did the craziest thing to be able to knock down the barrier so that his friends could come to save him. Such determination made the respect and admiration she had for him increase even more. You are different from all the humans and demons I have met, Ash. How I wish I had your determination. While the electric Pokemon that woke up from the sound of the slap its trainer received just closed its eyes, lamenting the... Because if a certain honey-haired girl finds out about this, all hell will break loose. While that was happening in the room of origin where a certain Pokemon God resided. Father, I think it was wrong of you to send the chosen one to the other side. What happens if someone comes to kill him? This is what a certain legendary dragon/ghost told the creator along with his two other dragon brothers who rule time and space. He will be fine, Giratina. He has come from many and several were caused by us. Not for nothing have I chosen him. But father, you do not trust the three factions, you do not remember what the demons wanted to do. They wanted to enslave us, and the angels by order of their God wanted to eradicate us. Trusting them again would be making the same mistake again. I understand your concern, Dialga. I know that I have sent Ash to that world, but you can trust me that he will somehow be able to obtain peace and forgiveness with them. Remember who taught me to forgive humans for what they did. But what if they use it to achieve what they couldn't achieve millennia ago? Palkia, they will no longer have a reason to do it. Those who started it all will not do it again. The trio of dragons did not understand what their creator father was saying, but in the end they decided to trust him. Also remember that despite everything we will always be there to help you, and I have a feeling that you will need us more than ever. I don't know when, but let's be prepared. Spread the word to the other legendaries. With that said, they left, leaving Arceus himself pensive while the one with a floating mirror looked at the black-haired boy talking to his friends about the other night. Ash, I know you went through a lot of things in that world, and even more when I put that sacred gear in you, but I know you will achieve what I couldn't. I believe and I have all my hopes in you. I look at the screen more, and he had a headache when he saw how he was hugged by a dark-haired girl from behind and being held by the arm by a white-haired girl who wouldn't let go, while a red-haired girl watched everything with a certain jealousy. Although I think they won't let you live, I think it would be necessary in the future to send someone with you. The image changed to see 6 determined girls who were each walking their own way. I hope you like it and have unexpected visitors. Let's see who will be the first. While in a certain room of the club, the same black man felt a very cold chill running down his spine. Something that everyone noticed. Ash, what's wrong? Asked the red-haired devil. Nothing, it's just that I feel like something very painful and scary happened to me. He said this being somewhat paranoid. Don't worry, Ash-kun, I don't think it's anything bad, said the blonde knight, trying to cheer him up. Maybe you're right, Yuto, he replied, smiling, making everyone happy. But deep inside he feels that what is to come will be a series of embarrassing and terrifying events when it comes to girls. But he shook his head, putting those worries aside. I don't think it's anything bad, if so what could happen? He should have kept his mouth shut. For today. Chapter 3. Come on, Pikachu, use Iron Tail again. That was what a certain black-haired man said as he blocked his yellow friend's powerful Iron Tail with his forearms. If you're wondering how Ash can withstand such a blow? Well, after that night in which he was almost devoured by a stray demon, he asked Rias what kind of powers or abilities she has now that she is a demon. When he learned of the promotion ability of the piece he was reincarnated with, he knew many ways and strategies in which he could use his abilities. Now he was training with Pikachu with his tower strength and toughness to be able to stop blows and return them with the same force. He already had plans to create his own moves based on fighting and normal-type Pokemon. Okay, Pikachu, let's move on to improving my speed. I'll try to catch you using my night speed, okay? The electric mouse nodded, preparing his attack that increases his attack speed, which is quick attack. Both Pokemon and trainer with good speed play tag. For a normal person it will be very difficult to see, but for Kiba who was watching the training it was something easy to follow. But what surprises him is how easily Ash is adapting to his new abilities. Kaneko, who was also watching, couldn't stop smiling in her own way because of all the energy and motivation the black-haired boy had. Akino also smiled, waiting for them to start practicing with lightning. But the only one who looked with pride and satisfaction was the redhead. He couldn't be happier to see his friend and beloved peon training with great enthusiasm. Never give up until the end. Those words were still etched in his mind a week ago. And at the same time she questioned herself. Really, all my life I have become a girl who gives up easily. Ash is the opposite of me. When I see that there is no hope he refuses to fall like that night. Now he looked at the black-haired boy who had barely managed to catch his electric friend with great effort, and they both laughed, showing the great bond they have and have forged. She just clenched her fists in helplessness as she remembered that night when she almost lost her black-haired pawn and friend because of a barrier. I have a lot to learn and I have to get stronger if I want to protect my family, especially you, Ash. Every time I see you train and strive without caring, it makes me want to train with you too. She couldn't hide that little pink blush on her cheeks. Something that her black-haired friend noticed, but she decided not to say anything except smile sideways. I would have a chance to joke with her later. Night was coming. And Ash, along with his friend Pikachu on his shoulder, arrived at a house from which, by Rias' orders, he went to investigate the abrupt cutoff of a summon. Arriving at the place, the black-haired man saw that there was only a dim light through the windows. This is according to the direction according to Rias. What do you think happened, Pikachu? Pikachu, I don't know, but I don't like this at all. They got off the bike and reached the door. That was half open, a bad sign. But what made his senses alert, and his aura very alarming, was that his lifelong friend perceived a strong smell of fresh blood in the air coming from the house. Obviously a normal person would leave there, but this is Ash we're talking about. No matter how scary things look, he wouldn't leave anyone behind. So thinking that maybe the client is hurt, without hesitation and with caution he entered the place. When he got to the living room he could see the weak light from what was lit by candles. Hello? I'm the devil of the Gremory family. If you are hurt, talk to me so I can help you. When he looked at one of the walls, what he saw was something he was not at all used to. A body. Bloodied, mutilated and dismembered. The person the black man had hoped was alive or could be saved was already dead. Do you like what you see, you bucking demon? Sitting in an armchair was a young guy, with white hair and clothes that the electric mouse easily recognized when looking at him. This is like my ultimate expression of art that expresses what happens if one makes deals with demons, and it's the same thing that's going to happen to you. His tone of voice was one that could give you chills. His intentions were more than clear. The Pokemon was now worried about this situation. But the black-haired boy was still looking at the body, but now with his eyes shaded by his hair. Are you? What's wrong with you? Shouldn't you be screaming in terror or something? If you don't scream, it's not fun. He continued to look at the body, now clenching his fist so tightly that if it weren't for his gloves his nails would have pierced the flesh of his hands. Pikachu knew what was going through his friend's mind. He's known him for years. What worried him most? You know what? Since you bore me, I'll kill you now. This is what the subject said while pointing a gun at the black-haired boy. But... Oh hey you, why are you looking at me like that? Said the guy nervously while pointing his gun at him. The reason why he is like this is because Ash had a look that reflected a lot of his anger, something that is never seen in his bright red eyes. Red? Weren't they brown? And that fearsome purple aura filled with hate, where did it come from? The path to the type at a slow pace. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The guy was feeling intimidated with every meter he advanced towards him. He kept walking. Pikapi, Pika Pika Pi Ash, what are you doing? Stop, the mouse said, thinking that something bad could happen. But he didn't listen to him. Pikachu Chu Pika Pi, Pikapi Ka, you promised Rias that you wouldn't do something stupid. Don't do something crazy, shouted Pikachu, trying to make his friend see reason. Don't you see this? He said, noticing the weapon that activated the hammer, thinking that this way he could instill fear. But it didn't work for him. Since the black-haired boy was still walking, clenching his right fist very tightly. As he approached, he remembered what he promised the redhead that day he woke up. Ash, what happened is something I don't want to happen again. I don't want to lose anyone who is precious to me. What do you mean, Bucho? He asked, finishing putting on a shirt. I want you to promise me that you won't do anything crazy again, she asked him seriously. He was hesitant to make that promise. Bucho. Please, Ash, I don't want you to face more dangers like last night. I don't want to lose you. A look of fear and worry was in his mistress's eyes. Those looks are the ones he hates to see in his friends. He has never wanted them to feel that way, and even more so if he is the one responsible. Bucho, I promise to try, that's all I can promise. I'm sorry, Bucho, but I can't forgive what my eyes have witnessed ever. The subject out of desperation. Bucking demon. Bang. A bullet passed close to the black man's hair, but he kept walking. Bang. Another bullet was going straight to his forehead, but he somehow dodged it easily. Just when he was in front of the killer, he pulled his right arm back. The guy didn't have time to react. Shit. H-E-A-A-A-A-A. Boom. And with the fearsome strength of a tower adding that dark aura, the blow to the white-haired guy's face. The force was so great that it went through the wall, leaving a considerable and visible hole in the black-haired man exhaled deeply, causing the dark aura to disappear, and looked at what he had done. Did he regret it? Not at all. What's going on here? Ash was shocked when he heard a voice. But instantly he recognized her. I turned around in fear to see and pray to Arceus that he was mistaken. Unfortunately. Ash-san? It wasn't like that. Asia? It was her. Ash-san, what are you doing here? She asked without knowing what was happening, but just as she was about to look around she saw the same corpse. She was terrified. Just as she was about to scream, she was interrupted by a hug and a warm feeling. It was the same Ash who prevented her from looking any further with the intention that she would not get more scared or upset. Ash-san, that was it, she said, about to cry. Calm down, Asia, it's over. She didn't know what really happened. She even doubted the black-haired boy for a moment, thinking that he could have done it. But she reprimanded herself. How can I think like that about Ash-san? If he were a bad person he wouldn't have helped me, and besides, every time I'm near him like now I feel like he's going to protect me from all evil. While she was thinking that, Ash doesn't know what to do now. I could take Asia to the club room so she'll be safe. But I reject that idea, knowing the attention there is between those in the church and the demons. So he had no choice but to. You will come with me to my house, Asia, you will be safe there. She was surprised by the black man's words. She separated from his arms and looked at him with some fear of what that decision could entail. But Ash-san, she was going to reply, but I won't let you near that lunatic and make him do something worse to you. I know that you're not with him because you want to, and I don't care if I get into trouble. Please come with me. I'll protect you since you're my friend, he said, offering her his hand and smiling at her without knowing that he was actually doing more than that. Ash's words touched the green-eyed blonde's heart deeply. Friend? Did she tell me that I'm her friend? Is this perhaps a dream? She tremblingly, unable to believe it, extended her hand to take the black one's. If this is a dream. He was about to take it. I don't want to wake up ever. Just when I was going to take it. Pika, Ash, watch out, Pikachu squealed as a sign of danger. He was able to react quickly to see how the guy approached with a lightsaber in hand. But he saw what his true goal was. Asia. He pushed her away and in return was stabbed in the right shoulder by the sword of light that when it entered his flesh burned him as if the blade was red hot. Jaya. Ha 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 ha, that scream you give is music to my ears. Pika, leave it. The Pokemon with a fast attack and iron tail hit the guy and pushed him away from his friend. He glared at the electric mouse. Damn rat, I'll get rid of a pest like you. He shot at him trying to hit him, but Pikachu was faster, and with an iron tail he hit the blind spots of the madman. While that was happening, Ash got on his knees because of the unbearable pain he felt in his shoulder. Ash-san was Asia's cry when she saw the person who saved her being stabbed by a sword of light. But she knew that the light was burning the wound more than it should normally, so the blonde deduced. He is a demon? Despite being a demon, he saved me. She didn't care about that. In fact, she didn't care about anything except helping the black-haired boy with that sword that is still on his shoulder. So she went to help him, having a green aura in her hands ready to heal him, but there was a problem. The sword did not allow him to do so. Asia, take out the sword. But Ash-san, I was going to question. Do it, he shouted. She flinched at that scream, but knew there was no choice, she had to do it. So she took the handle and closing her tear-filled eyes she pulled. Ash gritted his teeth in pain as he felt the sword come out of his shoulder, making the wound bleed more than it was. Every inch that the blade of light grazed his flesh hurt like never before. For Ash it will be a sensation that he will never forget even if he wanted to. Just as the sword came out of her shoulder she threw it far away and without further delay it began to heal and stop the blood that was flowing from the wound. The raven's breathing was labored. He was pale from the pain of the properties of the sword that was a poison for demons like the. But a yellow flash illuminated the place. It was the same Pikachu that unleashed many of his rays on the guy who, thanks to his static ability, was able to paralyze him and then unleash all his electrical fury. Pika Pie, that's what you get for messing with Ash, is what he said, wanting to finish it once and for all. But I let him live. My goodness, Pikachu, sometimes I forget how powerful you are, he said, controlling his breathing. Pika Pikachu, you talked to the one who defeated a Regice and tied with a Latios, he said, sounding a little arrogant. Okay, kill legendaries, don't get cocky. He stood up with the help of Asia. Are you okay? Yes, I am, but we can't stay here. Huh? From what was once a half-destroyed house we are now in a normal one, where Ash sat on the couch while the green-eyed blonde was sleeping in her bed with Pikachu at Ash's request in case of something. Now he thought. I know I just got into a lot of trouble with this, but there was no way I was going to leave her there with that crazy guy. Even so, I don't think I can hide her forever here in my house. Now he sighed with exhaustion. The only thing left for me is to ask Bucho for help. After taking a shower and having something to eat, he went to sleep on the couch. He's a gentleman, so don't make fun of him. I don't think he'll get that angry. What makes you think that? Well, I stopped thinking when I thought I heard someone. I looked around my living room and found no one. Maybe I should have imagined it. Let me see if I understand. When you arrived, you saw the murdered client. The black-haired boy nodded at the redhead's question. You fought with the street priest? He nodded again. You were almost killed by a lightsaber that wasn't meant for you. He nodded again. Pikachu beat that guy and both of them brought the sister to your own house. He nodded once again. And now you come here with her expecting to see if I can help you. He hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Now I want you to answer this question, Ash. Why should I help a sister who is allied with our enemies, the fallen angels? What do I owe her? Nothing, but I still don't plan on abandoning her. She didn't say. I just looked at the blonde who was sitting on the couch not looking at anyone while Pikachu was on her lap being petted by her. And the other demons watched her in case she tried something. They were worried about Ash. Since suddenly the one who was supposed to be their enemy arrived asking for help is something that had thrown them off balance. Ash, I don't. I know you'll tell me that what happens to her isn't our problem, but I definitely don't plan on abandoning her. I just asked you to help me. She still didn't speak. If you don't want to do it for her, do it for me. He got down on one knee begging his mistress to help him. He cared about his mother, his pride, and at that moment the only thing that mattered to him was Asia's safety and well-being. Asia, seeing him like that, didn't know what to think. She felt filled with happiness when she saw that Ash was willing to do anything for her. But she also felt sad when she saw that she was the cause of his problems with his mistress. On the other hand, the redhead, seeing what her beloved pawn was doing, felt touched by it. But at the same time, I feel envious of the sister for being the reason that such a charismatic boy lowered himself to having to do that just to protect her. A part of her deep inside wished she was in the blonde's place. So I just sigh. And then I speak. Look, Ash, at this point, as the rules dictate, I should punish you and get rid of her for being a potential threat. That sent chills down both of their spines, especially Ash, who still hadn't looked at his mistress. But knowing that you are willing to go to such extremes for a complete stranger tells me that I made the right choice in choosing you as my servant. Those words now raised the hopes of both of them, and even more so in Ash. That means? I will help you, but I can't promise anything. And she couldn't continue speaking as she felt someone hug her. It was the same Jet that did it out of emotion. Thank you very much. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to react to that. Since the only men who have hugged her in her life are her father and her brother. She didn't know what to do as she felt warm, but it was a different kind of warmth. A warmth that has been on her mind ever since she slept with him that night to heal his wounds. And she didn't deny it, she liked being hugged by the dark-skinned man. Being able to touch that messy hair. Being able to feel that soft, tan skin. Being able to smell that natural aroma that it produces. In short, she liked being with him. So much so that there are times when he tends to disconnect from the world. Bucho? Yes, as she, out of pure inertia, being immersed in the pleasant and slightly addictive sensation that her pawn causes her. Could you let me go? He asked. The redhead realized what she was doing. It corresponded to the hug, having one hand on the boy's head and also another on his back that slowly lowered. And to grind, he unconsciously breathed the hair of the same. He didn't know how it happened. She quickly pulled away and avoided looking at him. Well, I just have to do some research on what the fallen angels are planning, so it will take me no more than a day. So during that time you have to stay with her. It wouldn't be bad if you guys went out to see the city a bit. What do you say? Of course it's a good idea, Bucho. Come, Asia, I'll take you to see the city, right, Pikachu? Pikachu, of course it will be fun, the mouse squealed as he stood up from the blonde's lap and took his place on the raven's shoulder. No, I don't want to cause you any more problems, she said, nervous because of the kindness of the brown-eyed boy. Of course not, come on, let's go. And taking her hand, she was dragged along by leaving the club members in awkward silence. Yudo, Kaneko-chan, I want you to follow him in case something happens. They nodded and left to follow their companion, while Ria sat in her chair and looked at some documents. Or that's what I was trying to do. All under the gaze of Akino, who had a mocking look. Something that was realized. What? I asked. Era, what was that all about? You breathed Ash-kun's hair as if you were inhaling a perfume. And? Your left hand was almost approaching his pants. She was speechless. And finally I saw that your gaze was clouded by emotion. Rias looked away with a very noticeable blush. Rias, is everything okay? Yes, it is. Then I don't have to worry about you going to see Akino. Okay, calm down, I won't make fun of him. I just hope he doesn't find you on top of him doing. Will you stop now? Fufufu was the elegant laugh of the brunette when she saw her king and friend in that state of a girl in love for the first time. Rias just put her head on her desk, very embarrassed. What's wrong with me? She wondered, wanting to know the answer to that emotion that is overwhelming her. The ice cream is delicious, Ash-san. I'm glad you like it. We're almost at the park. Almost the whole day they had their time in which they enjoyed what the city could offer. Eat hamburgers. Although Ash had to teach her how, and the truth is that she reminded him a lot of her friend from Alolan, that innocence and tenderness that she had. But she liked it more when she laughed at seeing our little mouse Cookie's face covered in ketchup. The arcade games that Ash helped her win, and that he also got a Ratchet-kun for Asia with 7 attempts, which she thanked with a kiss on the cheek. And to finish, they had fun stopping at many more places. Things couldn't go well for both of them. Arriving at the park, where they were able to sit on a bench near a beautiful fountain, while the yellow mouse was playing in the park. I had a lot of fun, Ash-san. Everything was amazing and new for me. Her smile was one of pure joy and happiness. I'm glad you had fun, Asia. When everything is settled we can do these and more things, you'll see. She just nodded, happy to be with Ash. But at the same time, I look at the sky with some sadness, even holding my ice cream and my toy. Something Ash could realize. Asia, what's wrong? Nothing, Ash-san. I just remembered things I left behind. Well, remembering is sometimes good. It shows you the mistakes you make and also things we want to remember, said Ash with the intention of lifting her spirits. But those words did just the opposite. Since Asia's look got worse. Ash noticed it when he saw how she hugged Ratchet-kun more. He thought that maybe he made a mistake in saying that. Sorry, Asia, maybe I shouldn't have said that. She didn't speak, she just held the toy tighter to her body while with one hand she took Ash's. Ash-san, you're right about remembering the past, but there are times when I'd like to forget everything. The blonde's voice detonated a single feeling. Sadness. Asia, tell me what's wrong, please let me help you. Ultimately, he wanted to help her. He couldn't call himself a friend if he let her continue to grieve. Ash-san, I can tell you a story? From the girl's tone of voice he deduced that he was not going to like what he was going to hear. But still. Tell me, he told her confidently. She told a story about an Italian girl who was left as a baby at the doors of a church. She grew up being taught to believe in an almighty God and be devoted to his teachings. But one day that girl saw a little puppy fatally wounded. The girl prayed as much as she could, hoping that her prayers would be heard. But something happened. She miraculously cured the little animal with a green flash. All this was seen by someone from the church, and a rumor spread. The rumor became news, and the news became a fact. And he made a miracle. Miracles were what she did when she healed many believers who came from many places to ask for her help. Everyone called her the Holy Maiden. Although she didn't want that. She didn't want to be seen as a saint. I just wanted to have what the other kids had without any problem. Friends. But he was not allowed. According to their tutors. You don't need them having the grace of God. I spend time. And she kept using her gift to help. When one night, everything changed. A man entered the church seriously injured. But the remarkable thing was that this guy had bat wings. That guy was a demon. For a moment she didn't know what to do, until her good heart made her make a decision that would change her life completely. She cured the demon. All this was seen by someone. and the news spread everywhere. There was doubt and suspicion about why a miracle of God cured one of his enemies if it was only for his believers. Many doubts and distrust grew everywhere. So they just made the easy decision. Blame her. They called her a witch. And she was exiled from the only home she knew. All for doing the right thing according to God. What is loving your neighbor? Shortly after, not knowing where to go and without being able to eat, she was received into the yoke of the fallen angels. But despite everything, despite all the misfortunes and abandonment of those I consider good people, she does not forget her teachings. He doesn't forget his prayers every night. Don't forget to be thankful for being alive. And he does not forget the hope of being happy. Hope that was about to die. Something that did not happen. For the arrival of a certain black boy. Ash didn't know what to say. But he knew what to think about the whole story. Asia did not deserve everything that has happened. In fact, this is something that he was now determined to do. Determined to make her happy. Determined to find good friends for him. And why not? Determined to take her into his world. Even if I have to beg Arceus to do it. But she will not suffer again as long as he is her friend. And as for the church, Giratina and Darkrai might pay them a visit or Yveltal. Control your anger, don't waste your time on others, focus on what's in front of you. That same voice spoke to him again. But he didn't care where it came from. I hugged the girl who was shedding tears. Asia, they don't deserve your tears, please, I don't like to see you cry, you'll see. No, Ash-san, I'm not crying for what happened to me, I'm crying because now, every time I'm with you, I feel safe. Hey! She looked into his eyes, those beautiful jades still shedding tears. Every time I'm with you, I feel like nothing can hurt me. I feel like no matter what I do or what I say, you'll be there to help me. I don't know if it's fate or God, but I just wish that if this is a dream, I don't want to get out of it. I don't want to get out of this dream that makes me happy, I don't want to leave your side. She hugged him and put her forehead on his ebony chest. At that moment, Ash knew that maybe friendships weren't just about commitments or protecting those you care about most. If not, friendships are about complementing and supporting each other. He returned the hug, smiling. Maybe I haven't been a great friend to them. Thanks, Asia, for reminding me that I still have friends waiting for me in my world and I'll be happy to meet them. It seemed like the happy ending was approaching. Oh, how cute. As I told you, it seemed. They turned to see that in the middle of the beautiful fountain was a woman with black hair and violet eyes. What stood out most about her apart from her black feathered wings was her S&M leather outfit. Ash knew she could only mean one thing. Issues. Asia-chan, I've been looking for you everywhere, you know you shouldn't leave my side. The blonde trembled with fear just by seeing that cold and sadistic smile. That smile reminded Ash of someone. Jay. Come, Asia-chan, we have to go back to the only place where you belong. Tonight your pain ends, my girl. She's not going anywhere with you, Ash said, clenching his fists and having Pikachu at his side. That came when he felt that his coach was in danger. Wow, I didn't realize you were here, and from what I see you were reincarnated, although I would have liked to recruit you or brainwash you to make you my hex slave. That's what she said, looking at the black-haired boy and licking her lips in lust. The aforementioned felt repulsion at that look. But I think it would be a waste to have to kill you now, so I'll give you two options. Option A, give me that girl and also give yourself up, or option B, I'll kill you and take her. My options are on the table. What do you say? I choose option C, either of the two. That's what he said, standing on guard with Pikachu at his side, sparks coming out of his cheeks. She just sighed looking at that boy. It's a pity. He snapped his fingers and from all sides came out many guys in black robes with light swords and guns pointing at him. And not only that. We meet again, demon. Ash recognized that voice. And without being able to react. Tab. Jaya. He received a spear of light in the right shoulder that threw him to the ground. Ash-san, she shouted worriedly. Pika Piash. Pikachu ran to see him. What did you think of that? Said the guy in the trench coat, smiling like a villain knows how to do. Ash looked up to see that the guy was not alone but also with the same woman and a blonde girl dressed as a goth. The situation was not at all favorable for the black-haired boy. Wait, Ash-san, she said, healing his wound. Asia-chan, if you don't want him to die, come with us. You don't want his death to be your fault. Stop the nonsense. No, I won't let you. Okay, I'll go with you, but please don't hurt him anymore, she said, finishing healing him and then walking straight to Rainier. Asia, he said, trying to get up. Pika, don't do it, the mouse also squealed, both with the intention of stopping her. But they were stopped by 3 spears of light that blocked their path. You stay there, handsome, said the Gothic lowly. Nothing could be done anymore. The blonde arrived in Rainier's arms. She only touched his cheek with one of her fingers. Your pain will end tonight. Look at him, because it will be the last time you will see him. Say goodbye. Asia, she screamed helplessly at not being able to save her friend. Ash-san, thank you for being my friend. Everything you've done for me is something I will always treasure. Sayonara. Tears in Asia's beautiful jade eyes came out. I won't let you. That's what he said, running, in a desperate attempt to save her, no matter what the spears were. But he was stopped not by an enemy. You won't go, Ash-kun, said the blonde knight who took him by the shoulders. You are outnumbered, said the white-haired tower that took him by the body. Yudo, Kaneko-chan, if so, help me then, he said. Your safety is important. You stay here, Yudo said firmly. No curse and oh, he shouted, trying to free himself from his fellow nobility. But it was useless. He could only watch as they took her away and as she left her precious Ratchet-kun behind. He could see that had failed him in protecting her. A scream was heard in the park that day. I swear that I will save you. I don't care if I break the rules of Arceus. I don't care if I start a war. I will save you even if it costs me my life. I swear, I swear. And a silent oath was made in Ash's mind. Determined to save her even if he has to give his life. For now. Chapter 4. I'm sorry, Ash, but you're not going for her. I have to save her. Please, Rias, help me. It was night. And in the same club room was the dark-skinned man arguing with the redhead. You will stay here, and there will be no more discussion, she said firmly. I'm not going to sit back and do nothing while she's in danger. I swore to myself that I would save her, he claimed seriously, losing his patience. The longer she argued, the more time she was in danger. And you swore to me that you wouldn't do any more crazy things, said Rias. I promised to try. I can't ignore that Asia is in danger in that place. The others watched without getting involved in the discussion, knowing that they didn't want their opinion, and Pikachu waited for them to finish. No matter what others decide, he will follow Ash without a doubt. Ash, I'll only say this once, there's a lot of tension between the 3 factions. If even one spark is created, you'll light a bomb that will unleash the Third Great War. If you light it, none of us, not even the humans, will be safe. So you decide who lives and who doesn't? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That I should sacrifice Asia to maintain this fragile peace? Faced with the black-haired boy's questions, she did not respond. She did not dare to say yes to him. There was a moment of silence between them. Until Ash spoke. Well, if you're not going to help me, I understand, but I'm not going to stay here and abandon Asia to her fate. With those words said, Pikachu climbed onto his shoulder as a sign that he was ready. Both were leaving. Rias didn't want him to leave. I didn't want to lose him like last time. Ash ordered you to stay. He didn't listen. Ash. She screamed desperately at him. He continued on his way. Ash, obey me. He stopped for a moment. When I come back, punish me all you want. See you later. And so he walked out the door and headed for the rescue, leaving one of his companions in that place. Leaving them and going alone to a battle from which he does not know if he will return alive or die in it. Leaving. To his friends. Night fell. And a full moon rose in the dark sky. Through the vegetation near the church a boy walked hidden in it with his yellow friend. Undetected. When they reached a certain distance, Ash stopped. Well, I think it's time to start Pikachu. Pika Pie Pikachu? Ash, are you sure about this? Asked the electric Pokemon. I am, my friend. If I want to save Asia, I have to do it. I will apologize to Arceus when I see him. With his right hand, he took one of the golden rings from his chain. I just hope it works. With those words, he placed the ring in front of him with his fingers, and with the movement of his fingers, the ring began to shine purple and then grew in size until it stopped. Nothing could be seen inside the ring. And as if it were magic, a golden winged creature emerged from that ring. He was someone known to both of them. Noctowl, I'm glad to see you again. Pika friend, said the Pokemon. NOC, I'm glad to see you again, Ash. The owl Pokemon did not hesitate to launch itself at its trainer and knock him down before hugging him with its wings. I missed you too, my friend, but now I need your help and… Ash? The blood of the black-haired boy and the electric mouse froze for a few moments upon hearing those voices. With fear, they turned around and saw that it was Kiba and Kaneko who were in shock. How much did they see? He asked hesitantly, knowing he had been discovered. Everything was the tactless response of the white-haired tower. I know I have a lot to explain, but… Ash-kun, tell us later, now we're coming to help you, said Kiba, although he also, like his partner, wanted to know what his eyes witnessed when they thought they would arrive by surprise, wanting to surprise the black-haired boy. But in the end they were the ones surprised. But I thought that you… Well, officially we are not here. According to the report that Bucho wrote to those above, what is going to happen never happened. In short, it is a mission on deck. Ash-kun, you shouldn't do things alone, were Kaneko's words, smiling as she knows how to do. Ash didn't know what to say. He never expected them to help him. He could only smile in gratitude. Thanks guys, I'll make it up to you somehow. Both Pokemon smiled as they saw how Ash, no matter where he goes, he makes valuable friends. Well, according to this map that I was able to obtain, the ceremony must be done in a hidden place, so the bedroom is not optional. We only have the hidden chamber left. Is there a way to get there? Ash asked. It can be found from the main room of the church, but it is well hidden. The only thing left to do is to go in and search. Good. Now they, stealthily accompanied by the Pokemon, entered until they reached the door. But… boom! An explosion was heard a few meters away from the church. It must be Bucho making a distraction so we can enter. Is she here? Ash asked. Of course, the assault was planned so that you could get in. That left the coach thinking. She's risking a lot to help me. I guess I'll have to apologize for how I spoke to her, but now. Noctowl, go help Bucho. She's a girl with red hair. Help her in any way you can. The Pokemon nodded and flew towards the place where the explosion occurred. Let's go in, Ash said, now with an iron determination and a fiery gaze. Arara, for being fallen angels they are fast to escape. Akino said, her clothes somewhat dirty, but without losing the elegant smile that describes her. Ha, did you think that you and your dirty demon mistress could stop us? We'll just kill them and then go kill the rest. Mytho remembers that Rainier wants that boy alive. You mean that handsome guy we saw in the park? Well, I hope Rainier will share him with us, Calawarner. They said without noticing that a certain redhead became angrier the more they said the things they were going to do to Ash. Just thinking about it, or imagining it, his demonic power increased. Something that the three fallen noticed. Tell me, do you think I'm going to let you touch a single hair of my beloved peon? They stupidly answered him. Well, that guy has his thing, and the truth is I would like to have a good time in bed with someone as grapeful as that handsome guy. When Loli said that, the three of them prepared their spears. See you soon. They threw them. Just when Rias was thinking of using the power of destruction, something happened. The spears stopped glowing pink 2 meters short of their targets, then turned and headed back to their creators. They managed to narrowly evade them. What happened? The guy asked. I don't know, said the woman. They had no time to think when they felt the winds begin to be violent. And then they are thrown until they crash into the trees, leaving them in a lot of pain. All under the astonished gaze of the she-devils. Akino, you. It wasn't Nereus. Then who? Noctil. They looked up to see a bird similar to an owl, only larger and with colors that birds of that species do not usually have. They didn't understand what it was or why I was helping them. Rias, you know what it is. No, Aquino, I have never seen a bird like that in my life, much less knew it existed. While the Pokemon kept flying waiting for those black-winged guys to get back on their feet. He was angry. And how could they not if they had sinister plans for their coach? And how his Pokemon wasn't going to allow it. Hey, can you understand us? Rias asked, not sure if that bird understood them. But great was her surprise when she saw that the bird flew in front of her and nodded, introducing itself, speaking in its respective language. So, are you coming to help us? NOC, Noctil of course, Ash asked me to help you, said the owl. I can't understand you, but... The Pokemon tried to think of something so that she would understand him until an idea occurred to him. Using Psychic, I lift up some dirt, and with it I shape a figure. Figure that both girls recognized. That's Ash. Was it Ash who sent you? The redhead asked again, to which the bird nodded. But how? He didn't have time to ask when he noticed the fallen starting to stand up. Then tell me, for now, if you made the wind and the pink power, I think you will be of help to us. Can I count on you? Noctil, of course, the bird responded enthusiastically. Rias has many thoughts in her head thanks to this new ally joining her battle. First Pikachu and now this bird, both are creatures that I definitely don't know even in the Familiars and Mythological Creatures manual. After this, no matter what, Ash will have to tell me everything he knows, even if I have to punish him for it. While inside a church, a black man felt a very cold sensation running down his spine. Pika Pi, Pikachu? Ash, what's wrong? Asked his electric friend. Nothing, Pikachu, I'm fine. Ash didn't know what that was, but he definitely didn't want to know. Ash-kun, we didn't find anything. The knight's voice brought him out of his thoughts to return to what he was doing. It has to be somewhere, if we don't find that entrance. Are you looking for the entrance? The three, including the Pokemon, turned to see that at the altar was a man. It was the same one that Ash trapped in the wall with a single punch. Well, if you look for it, it's under this altar. If he tells us that, it will be because he thinks he can stop us, said Kiba, holding his sword ready. Crazy Kaneko also said, putting on her battle gloves. I don't have time for nonsense, let us pass now. Ash couldn't stand that guy. He couldn't stand that crazy smile and those crazy eyes at all. Well, look what we have here. The same disgusting demon that gave me the worst chin pain I've ever felt. I think of you every time I try to chew meat. Well, it will hurt you more if you don't step aside. That threat provoked a look from Pikachu. Since his coach never behaved so aggressively. That anger of yours excites me a lot. You asked for it. With that shout, he sheathed his sacred gear and charged straight at him. Ash couldn't wait. Ignoring Kiba's scream, he was going to hit him with his fist in his hand, but very slow. The guy dodged the blow as if it were nothing. He landed on a wall, leaving a considerable crack and burying his hand in the concrete. Where is the power you had that day? Asked the exorcist mockingly. Ash took out his hand and was going to attack again, but he couldn't foresee that this guy had a sword of light about to cut him. Attempt interrupted by Kiba, who used his sword to stop that blade of light. I won't let you hurt my friend, said the blonde. And in the blink of an eye, they were engaged in a sword duel. Curse. Ash-kun, you have to calm down. Pika Paichu, Ash is right, he almost caught you, said Pikachu in a reproachful way, supporting Kaneko's words. The black-haired boy sighed, trying to control himself. Okay, I understand. In fact, I think I have a plan. Just distract him a little, okay? They nodded, jumping into the fight. Okay, here I go, he said, taking out one of his rings. Meanwhile, Kiba had no problem keeping up with the exorcist. Every swing and thrust was blocked by his black sword. But I admitted it, the guy was good. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with you, demon? Can't you keep up with me? But he was interrupted by an electric ray that was aimed at him. He had to dodge what he could. He realized that it was Pikachu who did it. And even more so when, without being able to do anything, an iron tail hit him in the nose, causing him to bleed and being thrown into the air. When he recovered from the blow, he looked angrily at the electric mouse. Damn rat. Aiming his gun ready to shoot, he received a strong blow to the back from the huge wooden bench thrown by the white-haired tower. He knew that multiple enemies attacking him from many sides was a problem. Damn demons, why don't you let me cut them? I want to cut disgusting demons like you. Then he looked at Ash, who was somewhat removed from the action, and from there he had the idea of pointing his gun at him. But I'll settle for killing you, you idiot-faced demon. Kiba was about to go stop him, but he noticed something strange. Something emerged from the darkness of the shadows. I don't think so, Jengar now. The exorcist did not understand until it was too late. And even more so when he felt a very chilling presence behind him. When he turned around, all he could see were red eyes and an evil smile. And a shadow ball hit him in the stomach, making him drop his weapons and leaving him very hurt. But still standing. Let's finish this. Ash charged with 5 boosts and launched himself at night speed, and with the strength of a tower he dealt punches and kicks left and right at the exorcist. Just as he finished his attack, he charged more energy with his left fist, and a red aura surrounded him, and with that power he hit him in the chin, causing him to be thrown into the air. Result of the attack? Loss of chin and knocked out teeth. Consequences: you will no longer be able to eat solid food for the rest of your life. Thanks for the hand-to-hand combat lessons, Kaneko-san. All this was observed by the Gremry Tower, who looked with a little pride at how well his partner and friend Ash did. But his feeling of triumph didn't last long when he saw that the man, with a quick movement, made a flash grenade explode, illuminating the whole place for a few moments. The demons could not help but cover themselves with light. By the time the renegade exorcist finished, he was no longer there. Where did he go? Kiba asked. He escaped. We should go after him, Kaneko commented. We don't have time, we have to go to Asia now. His Pokemon seconded the Raven's words. Kaneko moved the altar, and from there the entrance was revealed, making them enter and walk through the corridors with extreme caution until they reached a large entrance. Both men opened the door until they saw that there were many men in black robes, and from their looks they were not at all friendly. And on the altar was the person Ash came to rescue, tied to a cross with chains and his clothes somewhat torn. Asia. Everyone turned to see the unwanted guests, but the fallen angel only looked at the boy mockingly, and then laughed. You're late, darling, the extraction process is almost complete. A dark glow from the cross caused the blonde to cry out in pain. Ash at that moment sent to hell if it is right to hurt humans. He just ran without waiting for his companions, with his Pokemon at his side. Just when the men in black were going to attack him with lightsabers. Helheim. From the shadow of Ash, many in the form of roots pierced many who had the misfortune of being close. The culprit of everything was Jengar, who now did not smile, but his desire to fight to finish off those guys who wanted to kill his trainer. Mjolnir. Pikachu jumped very high, and with his iron tail that had an electro ball at the tip, he hit the ground and not only created a sinkhole, but dozens of rays electrocuted many of them. Seeing Asia like this made me want to unload on them. Both Pokemon were angry. And his coaches too. They decimated many, but there were still more, so Kiba and Kaneko also entered the battle, although they were also surprised that with a single order from Ash the Pokemon entered to kill without any hesitation and with a lot of power. Both Pokemon and companions opened a path for the brunette to pass through. But it was too late. Ash, who was hitting an exorcist, saw how Asia let out a last cry of pain, and then a sphere of green aura came out of her chest in which her rings were inside. Yes, I finally have it, the sacred gear is mine. This is what the Fall said after taking the rings and having them in his possession. At that moment, Pikachu, with just Ash's gaze, launched a powerful thunderbolt into the crowd, leaving them roasted and opening the way to the stairs. But 2 more arrived. One of them launched himself with sword in hand, and with one movement he slid through his attack, and with his tower strength he hit the guy's stomach, breaking his ribs and damaging his organs. The other one took out a gun, and with the shot, But Ash used the first guy as a bullet shield, and just when he approached with his knight speed, he positioned himself to one side of him, and with a knee he hit him in the back of the neck, leaving him with a broken neck. Ash didn't stop to think about what he did and didn't give it any importance as he climbed the stairs trying to reach Asia. Pikachu and Gengar accompanied him without leaving his side. When they arrived, Pikachu used his iron tail to break the chains and free the blonde, who was now in the arms of the brunette. "Calm down, Asia. Everything will be okay. Please hold on," he begged. "Ash-san, you came." Her voice was barely audible. "I'll get you out of here, don't worry." "I'm afraid it's too late, cutie. I extracted her sacred gears, so you won't be able to save her." "Give it back now," he demanded. "Not even if you give it back to him will you be able to prevent his death. In fact, since I have this power, I am going to get rid of all evidence, but you are still in time to come with me and be my slave." The lustful look of that woman angered the Pokemon who were waiting for an order to attack her. "Ash-kun, you have to get out of here. We won't be able to hold them off for long if you don't get her out." "Go, senpai, will be fine." These were the cries of his companions who were still dealing with the banished exorcists. "And what makes you think I'm going to leave them?" He couldn't finish as he watched Ash and his Pokemon disappear into the darkness of the shadows, courtesy of Gengar. We were located on the church benches where a large shadow appeared on the ground, and from it came Ash along with Pikachu on his shoulder, and Asia in his arms, and a Gengar controlling the shadows. Ash left the sister on one of the benches. "Here we will be safe while I look for a way for you to be okay. Just let me think of something," is what he said while kneeling next to her. To tell you the truth, Ash didn't know what to do. He was more upset when he felt that the heat from the blonde's body was escaping. "Ash-san, I think I'm not." "Don't say that, Asia. Just hold on please," he begged. "I can't do it anymore. I feel like I'm going to leave." Asia's skin became paler. The Pokemon also felt anguish, but Pikachu wanted to know her better, so much so that he began to shed tears at the inevitable fate of the green-eyed girl. "You can't go, Asia. I told you I would be your friend. I told you that you would make many friends. I have many friends that you could meet. They are the best I can ask for because no matter my failures they are always supporting me. I will introduce you to all of them. Just please don't go." All Ash could do was not cry, as he held her hand. No matter how much she asked or how much she begged, her friend was about to die. "Goodbye, Ash. Thanks for being my friend. Thanks for being my first and only friend. Ita." And with a last breath the sister's hand lost its strength, and the body turned cold. She had died. Pikachu cried. He didn't want to lose a great friend like her. In fact, he also shared the idea with Ash of wanting to take her to his world. That he had his Pokemon, and met his trainer's friends. And now that he had lost her, it could no longer be done. Gengar was trying to comfort his Pokemon partner. Even though he didn't know her, he could see that she was a good person, so he feels bad not only for Pikachu but for his trainer. Instead, Ash. He slowly took Asia's hand and gently placed it on his chest, doing the same with the other one, and without even making a sound some tears spilled down her cheeks. Some might wonder, what is Ash thinking now? Simple, he blamed himself. If only I had been stronger, if only I had brought more of my Pokemon. I made a decision, and I was wrong. I was weak, and that's why she died when I had to save her. This is all my fault. Damn. Because of his hatred and anger, he hit the ground. With a single blow, he cracked it noticeably, and then, "Cursey!" He let out a scream of pure fury into the air. That night he again experienced what he did not want from the tree of the beginning. The loss of a friend. Now I wanted only one thing. I didn't want revenge. No justice. Just punishment. Wow, so that stupid nun is already dead. You must feel like a useless person now. The voice of the same woman who caused this whole tragedy was heard behind the coach. Both Pokemon turned around and with noticeable fury went into attack mode. But Ash didn't move, he stayed where he was. "But you don't have to feel bad. She was condemned to die from birth. I just saved her more suffering. You could say I did her a favor." A cruel and sadistic smile adorned his face while he had his gaze on the raven. He still didn't respond. The Pokemon had a bad feeling, but they couldn't think about it much as the fall began to approach slowly. "The same will happen to you if you have a sacred gear, but you don't have to worry about that since I'll take care of taking you with me." From her right hand a red spear of light formed, making the Pokemon ready to attack her, and in the worst case having to kill her. I'm just going to have to cut your legs off from the knee, since you won't need them where we're going. You'll be a delight when I chain you to my bed for fu. A look of desire and lust was more perverse in his eyes, and his tongue passed over his lips from the excitement and pleasure he will have with her body. But just something happened that she noticed. Not only her. The Pokemon also noticed. It was that a dark energy was emerging from Ash's body again. Pikachu knew what was going on. Pika Paichu Gengar, take Asia's body and let's go. Gengar, Jen, I understand, but what about? Pika, just do it. And with that brief exchange of words, they both left into the shadows along with Asia's body, leaving Ash alone with Rainier, who was more disconcerted by such energy that the dark-skinned man was radiating. When he stood up and looked at her, his eyes, they were once again the lethal and ferocious reds who demonstrated a single desire. I wanted to finish her off. I wished it had never appeared. Wanted to. Give it back to me. Huh? What did you say? Give it back to me. Fufufu, are you crying for her? You better understand that now you belong to me. Give it back to me. With that scream, dark energy burst out of his body like a flame, his muscles tensed, and his fangs became sharper. I no longer had reasoning or conscience. Falling for the first time since she met him, she felt something she didn't think she could feel. Fear. The black-haired man, with a roar of war and having summoned his sacred gear, attacked her mercilessly, and she managed to dodge that dangerous attack by taking flight. Boost. But he was not safe as Ash climbed the pillars like an ape, and from there he again lashed out with his fists at the falling man. Rainier dodged again and threw several spears to at least stop the dark-skinned man, but he evaded the spears with good agility, and jumps between the pillars and benches. But the whole time he didn't take his angry gaze off her. Boost. Give it back to me, he shouted, attacking again, but this time landing a blow in her stomach, making her fall to the ground. Rainier, using the stolen sacred gear, healed the blow, but when she saw him approaching, she took flight again. Boost. She looked and could notice something that raised her fears, and it was that the power of the jet increased more. And even more so when the sacred gear began to change, adding golden thorns and covering more red metal reaching up to the elbow. What the hell is going on? That's not a common sacred gear. He didn't answer her and instead lashed out again, now hitting where she had previously been, which was part of the ceiling, leaving a big gap. Boost. Damn right, now you have the level of a high-class demon. I'm going to have to kill you now before you become a threat. She summoned spears of light and attacked the black-haired man with the intention of eliminating him. They both launched themselves and Ash only received a deep cut on his sides, but he didn't care and took advantage to hit her with a hammer blow that reached her head, and she fell hard to the ground. Ash grabbed onto a hanging lamp watching the fall rise. She was in pain and healing and was slowly losing consciousness. But she didn't count on the same black man falling on her back and starting to beat her brutally. Give it back to me. He continued hitting her, listening to her screams and moans of pain. Give it back to me. He kept hitting, in fact, he increased the intensity. Give it back to me. The violence was so great that she began to faint from the pain she suffered. Take me back to Asia. Just as he was about to finish her off with a hammer blow, his arms were stopped by a pink aura. It was Gengar and Noctowl who used Psychic to stop it, although they had a hard time containing it since they did not expect its strength to be on par with that of Infernape. Pika Pi Ash, stop it, asked Pikachu. But he didn't listen. Even his other Pokemon asked him to stop. That wasn't the Ash they knew and wanted to see. Just when Pikachu was thinking of using Thunderbolt, someone stopped him. That someone walked up to hug Ash from behind. It was Rias. Ash, please stop. This is not you. Please stop, it hurts me to see you like this. Hearing Rias's voice, he began to come to his senses, but his desire to kill Rainier did not subside. Ash, everything is going to be okay. You yourself told me something that encourages me. Be you, but I never give up. Until the end I know that the Ash I know would not let himself be defeated by anger or hate. Be you again come back to me. And with those words of supplication from her mistress, the dark aura stopped coming out, and her eyes returned to brown. The Pokemon let go of Ash's arms, and when he felt his arms free he turned fearfully to his mistress, expecting a look of disappointment. But it was quite the opposite. She looked at him in a loving and kind way. Without warning, he hugged his mistress, shedding tears on her chest. Rias comforted him with soft words, knowing that her pawn is not someone who takes losing a friend in an easy way. She knew that Ash values his friends very much, and that he would risk his life for one of them if necessary. Although he had many questions to ask him and many explanations he had to ask him for, with a sleep spell he let him sleep in his arms next to his Pokemon who came to see him, and find out about his condition, showing how worried they are, the loyalty, and the good bond of friendship they had. You are very lucky, Ash. Every day you surprise me more, were his thoughts while he had a hand playing with her black and soft hair, unconsciously wishing to stay like that for a long time, just the two of them. But UG. The fall came back to her senses, bringing Rias out of her fantasy. Guys, take care of Ash, I'll take care of her. Pokemon and Rias' entourage took the sleeping Raven while the redhead walked to her. Just as the fall turned his body to see his executioner, he spoke. Are you coming to kill me? I could barely speak because of the pain. Yes, but before doing so there is something I want you to answer me. You had many opportunities to kill him. I know that you have been watching him since he enrolled, and in all that time you could have killed him, even the attack to kill him that you were going to give him. You deflected the spears so that they only cut him a little on the sides. Why did you let yourself be defeated like that? For a few moments, she still had heavy breathing due to the pain, and did not respond. She just looked at her. To then laugh bitterly and also sadly and answer him. Why, he reminds me of my lover, so determined, so optimistic, so innocent. He was someone who wanted to be strong, but because of my hunger for power I was responsible for him no longer being in this world. It is a sin that I will never be able to erase from my life. Rias, to be honest, I never expected something like this and more than one fall. Instead, Rainier looked at the hole that Ash created, in which the rays of the full moon illuminated her. She looked at the moon with longing, remembering those moments when she swore eternal love to her lover. Love that still has. And hopes to see him again someday. Gremry, do me a favor and make me meet him, kill me. If I had asked him before asking for answers I would have done it without hesitation, but now I didn't know if I should do it or not. I didn't know if it was the right thing to do. He stopped to think and knew that despite being enemies he had no right to deny her something she expects, and even more so when her internal injuries are so serious that he is surprised she is still breathing. So he decided to kill her out of respect. With his right hand he prepares his power of destruction and points at the sphere, prepared to make it disappear. Rainier just smiled in gratitude. Your last words? Yes, when you have your feelings clear, when you know what you feel for him, don't leave him, because maybe the son that you didn't take advantage of will go away and never come back. And with a last sigh and a smile of acceptance she died. Rias with her power destroyed her body, leaving a rain of black feathers in the air of the abandoned church that fell slowly, and some rings surrounded by a green aura floating in the air that she took. But despite everything, tonight was something that gave everyone a lot to think about. To her in particular. It was dawning. The sun came out. And in a bed a certain black man woke up. With some heaviness and pain in the sides. I look with some sadness as I remember that night I couldn't save my friend. He could not fulfill his oath. Just when I was about to cry the door opened. Pikachu, today I want to be Ash-san. The Raven, hearing that voice that was definitely not his Pokemon's, looked up at the door. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But it wasn't like that. Asia? He asked fearfully. Fear that this was a nightmare in which she blamed him for not saving her. But it wasn't like that. They both looked at each other, one with fear and the other with tears. Until she threw herself into his arms, letting out a cry in his chest, happy to be alive and to be back with him. Ash instead hugged her and comforted her by touching her long hair, without letting her go. All this was seen by the Pokemon who watched their trainer from the door, who was now happy again. Ash had an idea of how she is here in his arms, alive, and smiling at him. At the club, a redhead who was sitting in her desk chair was staring into space. I looked. Maybe the sun that you didn't take advantage of will go away and never come back. With Rainer's last words still in his head. Knock, knock. Bucho, are you busy? Ash's voice brought her out of her thoughts as he entered the club. She smiled at him when she saw him well and got up from her chair to see him more closely. Ash, I'm glad you came. Are you feeling better now? Like new, but I come here for another reason. What for? She asked curiously. But what happened was not expected. She watched as he knelt down, his forehead resting on the ground. Bucho, I thank you for helping me, for risking yourself for me, but above all, I thank you for reviving Asia. I don't know how to repay you. I never expected him to humble himself like that. I never expected him to thank me like that. But she didn't see that as a bad thing, she just didn't like him doing that when there was no need to do it. Ash, get up, you are my servant, my family and all my nobility, so don't humiliate yourself like that. I want to see my pawn with his head held high. With those words he followed them as an order and stood up. Thank you, Bucho. If there is something you want, ask me, I will do my best. Although she wanted to tell him that there was no need, the same words of that fallen angel resonated again in her thoughts. Hence. Ash closes his eyes. He asked her for that. He obeyed, closing his eyes. Without looking at anything that might happen in front of you. She with some hesitation took the dark-haired boy's soft cheeks, and with her thumbs touched those marks under his eyes. And with more hesitation she wanted to bring her lips closer to his. But he gave up. And gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ash opened his eyes when he felt those soft, moist lips on his forehead, but he didn't know what to think. He looked at her. She spoke. I just want, no matter what happens, I want you to never leave us, this nobility that has accepted you as part of our family. I don't want you to leave me. Ash contemplated her when he looked into her eyes, those beautiful eyes that made any man lose himself. He just answered her. I promise. She smiled. And I hugged him. Now his feelings were clearer than water. And his heart could only identify that feeling by jet. I fell in love with you, Ash. I hope you take responsibility for what you make me feel every time I hold you in my arms. And so she, holding her pawn in her arms, could only say in her mind. Thanks, Rainer. Well, are you ready for your mission? Asked the god and father of all legendaries and Pokemon alike. I am. I will carry out my mission to protect Ash, said someone, and by the tone of her voice it was a girl. Remember, use your gifts only when you see it necessary according to your criteria. As you command, Arceus. The god just nodded and with his power opened a portal that would take the girl to her destiny. Destiny shared with the Chosen One. Ash, wait for me. We'll see each other very soon, just wait for me, were his thoughts before jumping into the portal and with that disappearing, leaving Arceus alone with his thoughts. Ash, I hope and you are pleased that a friend of yours comes back or finds you. I just hope, and I was not wrong in sending it to you. If I was wrong, I wish you the best of luck. With these thoughts the god went back to rest, not knowing that a love affair was about to arise. For today. Chapter 5. 2 days passed. And now Ash along with Asia walked together to Ko Academy. Ash-san, today we will have physics, and some girls also taught me many fun things, was what a very happy blonde said, holding her bookcase. I'm happy for you, Asia. Pikachu, how good, said the mouse in his place, that is the shoulder of his trainer. 2 days ago Asia was enrolled in the academy, being in the same classroom as Ash, although she was supposed to be in her second year. And like all schools, one does not go unnoticed. Asia, because of her innocence and tenderness, was called Ko's angel by the boys. Many, although they did not want to admit it more, the girls thought that both should be a couple because they complemented each other in that, and other things such as optimism and solidarity. Naming them the angels of Ko. Something that made Asia blush greatly, having some unholy fantasies. Of course, this earned him a headache when he prayed for such thoughts. Instead, let's say that having more auditory ears has made him listen more to what they say behind his back, making him blush a little embarrassed with what they say. Is this the boy you were expecting? When they arrived, Kiba was at the entrance waiting for them since, by order of Rias, all the members had to show up early to discuss some matters. Ash already had an idea of where this was going. Now we see Ash on a chair with a lamp shining on his head. Were they going to interrogate him? Okay, Ash, now that all the commotion is over and we are calm, I am going to ask you some questions and you will answer them no matter what. He just nodded. Pikachu looked somewhat worried as he was in Asia's arms, who kept him calm. Although she was also worried. The other Pokemon that came that day and wanted to spend more time with their trainer were there, although Gengar had his characteristic smile. Rias was in front of him with a somewhat serious look in order to intimidate the brunette, and at the same time as an excuse to have him closer. She wasn't going to let opportunities pass her by now that she has her feelings clear with him. Well, first question, in the time you've been here I've investigated you and the truth is I didn't find any record or document that says you were born. It's as if you didn't exist. I want to know who you are and where you come from if that's an indiscretion. Ash was a little nervous because of that look the redhead was giving him. It reminded him of Sabrina, and now that she was very serious. It's something difficult to explain, since I don't think they'll believe me. Do you doubt my trust, Ash? She asked, a little offended and hurt by the belief that he did not trust her. No, it's not that, it's just that it's complicated and maybe they'll think I'm crazy. Try me, she said, wanting to know. Before those words of his mistress he spoke. Me and Pikachu come from a very different universe than yours and my universe. Humans live with creatures with fantastic abilities that we call Pokemon. Everyone listened attentively to the dark-skinned man. There are several types of different sizes and shapes, from the size of a can to the size of warships, all with incredible abilities living with us. They have various functions such as being cargo helpers, models, pets, but above all, they are our friends. He said this when he felt a small creature slide down his back until it coiled around his neck. It was green and had aspects similar to a serpentine reptile. I present to you Snivy, my grass-type Pokemon, along with other Pokemon that I have in my world. Say hello, Snivy. Snivy, nice to meet you, I'm Snivy. To say that it didn't provoke tenderness would be a lie, since the girls wanted to hug such a cute Pokemon. Although they are puzzled by the idea of a different universe or dimension in which humans live with powerful creatures that, due to their powers, could fight a demon or angel. Rias, although she wanted to hold that Hierva girl in her arms, continued with the interrogation. Then I would see how to hug her. Well, that's cleared up. Now tell me why you came here? Well, only Arceus told me that. Who is Arceus? Asked Aquino, joining the interrogation. Arceus is the god Pokemon, creator of our universe and the life of Pokemon. He sent me to this world so that I could have a life here, and after that he told me to wait for something. The truth is I'm not sure what he meant. It was difficult for them to understand and believe everything the black man said. Rias asked. Ash, if what you say is true, tell me, can we trust you? That question puzzled the boy, but then he simply smiled, knowing that they might not know how to take the fact that he is from a dimension they have never heard of. Yes, Bucho, you are my friends, and I swore to protect all my friends, whether with my Pokemon or my own strength. I will protect you. Those words plus the look of determination were enough to make them blush and Kiba smile sideways for having a good friend like him. Well, Ash, we believe you. I'm sorry to have to ask you for explanations. That shows how terrible I am as a king. Don't say that, Bucho, you are a good leader. If you weren't, you wouldn't have helped me with my problem with Asia, nor would you have given me shelter here in your peerage. I am very grateful to you. The redhead's blush became more and more noticeable with his words, and now she controlled herself so as not to jump on him and hug him with much love and desire. Calm down, Rias. You just have to show him your feelings. After all, he doesn't fall for charms. But it's very difficult with that determined look and those tender eyes. Satan, I think I'm going to see. But his thoughts stopped when the raven introduced his other Pokemon that he brought with him through his rings these past few days. Well, let me introduce you to Gengar. He is a ghost/poison type Pokemon. He was with me on my first trip, but I gave him to a friend of mine so he could brighten her life as a companion. He likes to play and make jokes." The ghost Pokemon stood in front of them, and its eyes popped out of its head, and its tongue unrolled like toilet paper, scaring Asia, who hugged the poor yellow mouse tighter out of fear. And he tried to calm the blonde and at the same time tried to get out of that deadly grip. The others just laughed as they saw more funny faces of the ghost guy. And Noctowl, my normal/flying Pokemon that travels with me through the Johto region, he tends to be serious, but he is very reliable. That is why he is special to me, just like my other flying Pokemon. The bird just opened its wings and lowered its head in reverence before its trainer's friends. "Era, what a polite bird," commented Akino, who responded to the bow. "These are just a fraction of the Pokemon I have in my world and several wild ones that I can ask for help." "Wait, Ash, did you say savages?" the redhead asked. "Yes, almost the majority of the Pokemon that exist on the planet are wild. There are breeders who dedicate their lives to raising Pokemon and making them domestic, but almost the majority of mine I caught in the wild. So they live in different ecosystems like the fauna of your world. But how is it that you catch them?" Kiba asked, curious. "It's very easy." From his backpack he took out what is a Pokeball of one of his Pokemon that he brought from the portals. With this artifact called Pokeball, trainers capture the Pokemon we want after weakening them in a battle. An example would be if I send Pikachu to fight Noctowl, and if it falls weakened I throw the Pokeball and it absorbs the Pokemon. Once inside, the Pokemon will try to get out, causing it to shake as a sign of resistance. If the Pokemon is already very weak and gives up on getting out, you officially caught it. If it still has strength, it will get out and return to the battle until one of the two can't take it anymore. "And you have a lot of Pokemon, Ash-kun?" "Of course I have several, but when I go on a trip I am only allowed to take 6 with me. If I manage to catch one and I have all 6 spaces filled, the 7th is obligatorily transported to the laboratory of the professor in charge of my region." All the demons present were more and more interested in what the black-haired man was telling them. "And tell me, Ash, in your world how is there peace and tranquility?" "Of course there is, although our world is not only white, it also has its dark side like yours. There are always people who want to use Pokemon for dark purposes and go so far as to hurt them, and use them as objects, or mere weapons. Poachers capture them in unauthorized and illegal ways to sell them to the highest bidder, and criminal organizations use them for their own purposes of controlling or destroying the world. He does not forget how his world was on the brink thanks to the actions of the same leaders of the teams that he stopped. But an example of what human evil could do is what the leader of Team Galactic and Team Flare was about to do, who only wanted to shape the world in his image without caring about innocent lives, whether humans or Pokemon. His friends knew from his look that maybe not everything is rosy in that world. But the ones who noticed Ash's gaze the most were Rias and Asia. "Ash, maybe he must have gone through a lot in that world to be what he is. I want to know more about you. I want to know more about the boy I fell in love with." And with a smile the redhead took him, putting her forehead on his chest in a warm hug, giving him her affection, without feeling again that desire to possess him. "I just wanted to be there for him, be there to help him. Ash, remember that this is your family now, and any adversity you have, you won't do it alone. We will all be there for you." Saying those words, he looked up into the beautiful eyes of the she-devil, and for the second time he felt his heart beating rapidly and a tickling sensation in his stomach. He only had one similar feeling before, and it was from someone in his world. That someone was Serena. Class hours passed and the 4 returned home after a long day of studying, and also after Ash brought his Pokemon home, promising them that he would bring them to spend more time with them and to be alert in case he called them. Well, I must clarify that among those who were walking, one of them invited herself, although you couldn't say anything to her. Guess who it is? No, why did Bucho want to come? Did you guess? You're welcome, Asia-chan. I just wanted to know if you're living well at Ash's house. Obviously that's separate, since she wanted to go to Ash's house to proceed with her plan. Step 1. Arrive and chat a little with him. Step 2. Pretend it's late for a girl to go out alone so she sleeps over at your house. Step 3. Take an opportunity to go into the kitchen and cook him something so he can praise her and tell her she will be a good wife. Step 4. Sneak into the bathroom when Ash is in it and use it to wash his back. Final step: sleep with him all night, and if the opportunity presents itself, do some mischief in bed, and why not a moment of intimacy? A 5-stage plan with a juicy reward that would be entering the heart of the coach. But just when he was only 6 houses away, Ash stopped. Something that puzzled both she-devils. Ash-san, what's wrong? Ash, Pikachu, what do you have? Both of them moved only their noses, catching a scent they haven't smelled in a while. Ash, tell me what's wrong. Without answering the redhead's question, they ran straight to their house, leaving them behind. When he reached the door, he stopped, holding one hand near the door. For some reason I was afraid to turn it around and open the door to see what was inside. The only sigh. Well, Pikachu, if I die, tell my mother. The Pokemon paid attention to what could be the last words of his friend and trainer. I love her and I died like a champion, goodbye friend. Just when I was about to turn it, his yellow friend climbed onto his shoulder with no intention of getting down from his spot. Pikachu, Pika Pika, Pikachu, no way, if the ending is like this, let's make it unforgettable, my friend, he said without hesitation and also with fear. Are you with me, friend? He nodded, making the coach smile and now having the courage to face whatever is behind that door. Well, friend, it's now. Now with courage Ash turned the knob, but Ash. They were scared by the scream of the redhead who was behind them, along with Asia, who was trying to understand what was happening to that pair. Could you tell me what the hell is going on? She asked. Well, But he couldn't speak when the same door opened by itself, giving a slightly spooky atmosphere. And silently the 4 Pikachu, on Ash's shoulder entered. The hall was somewhat dark until reaching the living room. But the same smell that Ash and Pikachu perceived was stronger, and came from the kitchen. The 4 of them walked until they entered it, and saw on a small table a basket of 6 baked sweets of different colors such as orange, blue, green, yellow, red and pink. Ash-san, what are these? Asia asked, approaching to take a green one. They are macaroni, but... Gosh, Ash, I didn't think you knew how to bake, said the devil, taking a red one. It wasn't me, Bucho. Just as they were about to bite him, long ropes grabbed Pikachu from the raven's shoulder and dragged him away. It was so fast that the electric Pokemon didn't have a chance to call for help. Oh, Pikachu. What was that? Now Asia was more scared and worried about the little electric. I don't know, but I have to save him from whatever has caught him. But just when he was going to go to her rescue. He will be fine, Ashy. The boy stopped when he heard that sweet voice, so sweet and full of perversion. The girls were in shock and turned to the direction where that voice was. What their eyes saw was even stranger. Sitting on a kitchen counter was a girl. Ash fearfully begged Arceus to make a mistake and turned around, which he regretted, since he recognized her instantly. Who are you, and what are you doing here in Ash's house? Rias spoke firmly to the stranger. Asia looked at Ash for a moment, and was puzzled to see him. What's wrong with Ash-san? He seems very terrified? And it was true, he was terrified. So much so that he couldn't move. I asked you a question, answered Rias, with the little patience she has, was annoyed that the stranger did not answer her question. She still didn't speak, she just smiled sinisterly, her gaze focused solely on Ash. Something that the redhead noticed and got even angrier. Who does he think he is to look at me like that, Ash? She got off the bar and walked. Just when Rias was going to demand an explanation, she disappeared. Then, after a blink, he saw the unknown woman in front of Ash, his Ash. And the worst thing. Did you miss me? Ashy. That word, he didn't like how she said it to him so easily. Ash, get away from her. In a desperate attempt, she prepared the power of destruction in her hand to eliminate her and prevent that unknown person from harming the trainer. But when he released his power, he stopped and was surrounded by a pink aura. But what? Hold her brakes, and she said in a calm voice and still smiling. And from the door a bipedal creature with fox-like aspects and a wooden stick with a pink ribbon on it appeared, moving the stick that controlled its power. Brakes, and they must not interfere. He uses his powers, and with them he paralyzes the girls so that they do not move. They could only talk. I can't move. Who are you? Who am I? Well, I'm someone you tried to take something from that doesn't belong to you, and now I've come to claim it. She said this while looking at the redhead with a smile, alluding to the fact that she has the power here. What are you? His eyes widened in shock as he saw what was happening. Asia was too. And it was. What, Ash? I was being kissed, Kalos-style French. But what left them most in shock was that he responded to the kiss calmly while she did it with a touch of lust. When they finished, Rias, despite the shock of the raven's lips, could only hear one word. And that word was the name of the one who would be her greatest rival for Ash's heart, and in the near future a friend. And that word was Serena. Pikachu, please, I don't want to die so young and still single. Sylveon, Vienon, do not fear, Pikachu, you will not cry for me anymore. Pikachu himself was dragged towards what would be his execution by the fairy Pokemon, who was more than happy to be with the little mouse Cookie again. Just as they entered a room and the door closed, they heard sounds of whipping and the screams of pain from the most beloved Pokemon of all. While leaning on the door, a small fighting-type Pokemon was biting its branch, smiling bitterly at the misfortune of its yellow friend. Pancham Cham Pan. They say that trainer and Pokemon end up sharing the same destiny. He stopped talking for a moment when he heard his friend's screams of agony. Pancham Pancham. Well, I think I'm starting to believe it now. It was nice meeting you, my friend. It was the last thing he said before walking away, leaving Pikachu to suffer at the hands of Sylveon. And with the arrival of Serena, a sweet but dangerous girl, things could start to change with the arrival of new fights and rivalries for the heart of our hero. But for now. Chapter 6. I'm Serena Yvonne. I hope to get along with everyone. These were the words of the girl Pelly Meal, who showed up at the black-haired class wearing a female uniform and having a blue ribbon tied on her left wrist. Not forgetting to give those present a big smile. Many will wonder, what the heck is she doing there? Simple, she wanted to accompany Ash in whatever he does, so after a few days she enrolled in the Ku Academy as a new student due to a change of city. Many boys cried with happiness when they found out that a beautiful girl was in their class. Many girls were jealous of her because she does not skimp on hiding her winks. But among them, the one who was looking at everything with many purple marks on his jugular was Ash, who tried to hide them with the collar of his shirt. And it was because since that night she did not hold back in giving him some marks. According to Kalos, where she lives, it shows that he was now her property. Of course, even if he tried to hide those marks, he couldn't. Several girls whispered about those marks, and now they wondered, very angry and jealous, who had the audacity to defile their angel. They didn't have to wait for the answer to come. And let me tell you that if you want to ask me out, I'm not available since I'm Ash's girlfriend. Silence. Cough. Did anyone cough? H-e-e-e. Did you think Ash couldn't be up to his neck in trouble? Damn Ketchum. You deserve to die. Bring me a shovel, I want to bury him. Well, they were wrong. He could only say one word before hitting his forehead on his desk. Shit. Not counting the look Asia gave him, one that could give him nightmares. I will not go into further details due to the sensitivity of the reader who is reading this FIC. As I said, shit. Yep, Ash Ketchum's life just got more interesting. It's time for lunch. Let's see Ashy say ha. It was Serena, feeding Ash and a €1,000,000 smile. The boys who were watching everything had more murderous desires to kill the black-haired boy. And more the girls who have an interest in the one who wanted to disappear to the honey movie. Ash-san, you are very bad. If you had asked me, I would have gladly done it. Asia had tears in her eyes as she watched the boy being fed. While from afar a redhead who was watching from behind a tree just bit her thumbnail as she watched how that honey-haired girl fed the boy she likes. That should be me. These were his thoughts. While her two friends and servants saw everything too, but less discreet than her. Era, is that the girl you told us about, Bucho? It's obvious that she is direct with what she wants. Akino, despite her smile, did not deny it. She feels annoyed to see that girl smiling at the black-haired boy so much so that there is a certain static around her. Invader. Kaneko with poker face watched everything but destroying and shrinking an empty juice can with her strength until it was the size of a marble. All for Serena's appearance. But what really made the she-devil jealous was that she fed him with her mouth. Leaving the jet black very blushed and a Pikachu who felt like laughing at the trainer's luck. She just thought, that should be me, switch places with me now. He, without having any other option, did what she asked him to do. Of course he didn't deny it, he enjoyed the things she did with him. But at the same time he wondered what had happened to his friend who is now his self-proclaimed girlfriend. She wasn't so direct before. It wasn't that it bothered him, but curiosity still got the better of him. Hey Serena? Yes, Ashie? And that nickname again. That nickname caused the boys in his class to increase their homicidal desires and the girls to scream with excitement. Why the change? I mean, you used to be more discreet? He just nodded. Well, you see, ever since that day when we said goodbye, I had promised you that when we saw each other again, you would like the person I have become. He had a small blush on his cheeks as he remembered that day, and even more so when he remembered how she said goodbye. Which made him nervous since at that time he didn't know about girls' feelings. But now that he has matured a little, he doesn't know what to say to her or how to give her an answer. He is not very clear about his feelings, if it is love or attraction that he feels for her. And even more so when he had the same feeling for a certain redhead. You don't know what you want, do you? How did the honeymoon know? I don't know Pokemon magic? He became more nervous. Not even his great instinct in battle would save him from this. No one is safe from love problems. That same voice from days ago speaks again, and that is nothing new since it has done so since that day of the attack on the Fallen. Just when he was thinking of answering that voice, even if they call him crazy, she grabbed him by the cheeks and smiled at him in a daring way. Well, I think I have to remind you how our goodbye was. And in front of a blonde who was silent, listening to everything. A crowd in a state of shock. And a redhead who was held by her tower and queen because she was so furious and extremely jealous. I kiss him. One thing was certain. Ash will have a lot of problems because of that. Night has come. And an almost immortal black man was sleeping in his bed. But, well, you see. Hey, how did I get here? My baby, the day has finally arrived. I want you to give me lots of grandchildren. He turns to see a woman he knows very well. Mother? That's right, it was her mother, and she was crying with happiness. But I wasn't alone. Ash, I'm very proud of you, boy. Professor Oak? Ashy boy, although I feel very envious of you, I wish you the best, my friend. Gary? He is quite a man, but why you and not me? Brock, is that you? And why are you Girakinas crying? They and all their friends were present, but the strange thing about it all was that they were dressed in suits and dressed for an event. Ashkun, I hope you make them happy, my friend. Era, I feel a little envious of not being in their place. Congratulations. Kiba, Kaneko, Akino-senpai. Pika Pai, Pikachu, congratulations, Ash. You two okay? What's going on here? Why do you ask, son? It's your day? My day? On your wedding day, darling. And without knowing it, he was also dressed in a black suit with a bow tie and a blue handkerchief in his jacket pocket. But how and with whom? The question is not who but who. That's what Gary said with a shit-eating smile. The organ piano music announcing the bride's arrival began to play. But when I look at the entrance of the church, he remains silent. And it wasn't just the bride but also another bride. They were a beautiful white sleeveless dress with bare shoulders and a veil covering her. And the other one had a beautiful white dress, only it had more personality in sight. They arrived and stood next to the groom, who couldn't believe what was happening. When the veils were lifted, they were. I'm glad this day has come, Ash. It's time to unite in eternity, Ashie. They guessed. It was Rias and Serena who were the girlfriends. He couldn't deny it. They were very beautiful, and even more so when you see those sweet and hypnotizing blue eyes of each one. One reflected maturity and tenderness at the same time, and another reflected purity but at the same time desire. Just when the final word of all weddings was heard, "You may kiss the bride," they approached him smiling in an unholy way. "Ash, promise us that you won't look at any other girl other than us. You are ours and no one else has the right to have you, Ashy." As much as he wanted to stop that and ask for an explanation, no matter how much I wanted to, I didn't want to stop. He just went with the flow. Just when I was going to kiss them, something happened. Everything turned into fire. The flames danced and burned all over the place until the church and all the guests along with their brides disappeared. A man's desires are reflected in his dreams, and yours are very interesting. Behind the crimson wall of fire was what he only heard about in legends and myths. And he was a being that inspired respect and fear towards his enemies. Erby was a dragon. And that being was looking at him. I couldn't deny it despite having met powerful creatures, even a god. I couldn't deny his enormous magnificence. Who are you?" His voice detonated fear and some caution. The dragon just looked at him, and then spoke. "You will meet me soon." And with those words everything disappeared. And a morning sunlight blinded him. "Did you open it in a dream?" But it seemed very real. I spent a few minutes staring at the ceiling trying to figure out why I had that dream from which I didn't want to wake up. You know what I'm talking about, right? So he just shrugged and left those thoughts for another time. But just when he wanted to get up he couldn't, since someone prevented him from doing so. It was the same Serena who slept in pajamas on Ash's chest. The black-haired boy mentally asked himself, "How do I get into my room? I'm sure I left the door locked." He was brought out of his thoughts when, "Good morning, Ashy." She said good morning to him. "Serena Asia can come and misinterpret everything, please could you?" "Don't worry, she's taking care of Sylvia, and since she asked me if I could take care of her all night I think she's become fond of her just like she did with Pikachu." "I see, then I'll see if I can get her an amulet to make her invisible to others, since I don't think it would be convenient for her to be locked up here and much in her Pokeball." "Thanks for worrying about her, Ash. There is no doubt that your love for Pokemon does not disappear from you." And with a smile she gives him a short kiss on the lips. That was one of the many mornings that he has and will have with her, and with those to come. You know what I'm talking about, right? Now we are located in the club room. Ash arrived with Pikachu on his shoulder accompanied by Serena and Asia. Ash had to use his rings to take Pac-Ham and Braixen to Professor Oak's ranch so they wouldn't get bored staying at home. Braixen was eager to go to that ranch. Why would that be? Sylvian wanted to stay because he doesn't want to be separated from the mouse with hepatitis, much to the bad luck of the aforementioned, and the laughter of his trainer. Karma is a beggar. "Bucho, we're here." Instead of receiving a greeting from her, he only received silence. I looked to see that she wasn't paying attention to him, she was just staring into space. "Bucho? Bucho, we arrived." He touched her shoulder without her realizing it, which brought her back to her senses. "Huh! Ash, Asia, I'm glad you came. Hello, you too." She greeted the first two with a smile, and without much emotion to the honey-haired girl. "What a way to greet a guest, huh?" She responds equally. "Let's just say your presence isn't the best of all." "Still angry about that day at Ash's house?" she asked him with some mockery. "At least I have the class to not throw myself at a guy like a random girl," answered the furious. "I didn't think upper-class girls looked for reasons to spend the night at boys' houses without your parents' permission." Another shot and louder. "I think that all that sugar and macaroni has made you very active. I don't know where those calories go, but you distribute them well." She returns, and with interest. "At least mine is natural, yours is like the things you get on the internet of dubious origin." "Okay, I think they are already." "Could you repeat that? Because I think being around a lot of honey makes me stupid." Passing by. "You see, I don't like blood red, especially when it falls down waterfalls." That's beyond sarcasm. and even more so when their eyes throw red and pink rays that collide with each other. Sign that there is rivalry. If you're wondering what everyone's doing well, they, except for Ash, watched the exchange of words and insults as if it were a tennis match, shaking their heads from side to side with each exchange. Instead, Ash kept thinking about that dream he had. Well, I know that was real, and now I want to know where it came from. That thing speaks in my thoughts, so hey, can you hear me? I want to know who you are. I wait a few seconds, but nothing. Leaving him with a sigh. I must be going crazy. At least you don't deny it. I know, maybe I need to talk to a wait. Is that you? I'm not a saint, of course I am. Okay, wait a minute, I tried to talk to you and you didn't answer me. Well, the truth is I'm not very talkative with my partners. Partners, what do you mean? Didn't that demon who reincarnated you tell you? If he told me that my sacred gear is sealed, don't tell me that. That's right, I am the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the heavenly dragons above the Dragon Kings and the rest of them, and I am now your partner as you are my new wielder. Wow, I really didn't expect so much presentation from you. I know, it's not great. Ash knew that maybe his partner has a good ego. It's a dragon, what did you expect? But he also knew that it can't be that bad. Besides, he knows how to deal with his kind. Charizard and Belief are a good example. Not forgetting Iris. Hence. I'm Ash Ketchum, nice to meet you, I hope we can be friends. Friends? Why would you want to be my friend? It was noticeable in his voice that the dragon was distrustful of the black-haired man. There must be a reason? Well, I was going to tell you that you were thinking of cheating on me, but I've seen your life and I see that you're not one of those who take advantage of others. Maybe I think about it too much. The raven smiled, knowing that perhaps the dragon has not trusted anyone for who knows how long. So. Well, then I will show you that I can be your friend. For now we are partners. What do you think? It seems good to me. I expect good results from you. I won't let you down. I don't know your name. Drag, that's my name. If you have nothing else to say, I'm going to sleep. Call if you need my help, partner. Okay, rest. Ash smiled, knowing that what he did was a small but significant step forward. At least I don't bribe Ash with desserts, since that's the only thing you know how to do to get his attention. Well, at least I don't take off my clothes and show my body to Ash. Don't you have any morals? Says the one who kisses him in public. At least I had her first kiss, and what do you have? I think you couldn't even give her one at an altar. By saying those words, the redhead not only reacted in a way that Serena did not expect. I leave the discussion. That surprised everyone, and Ash more, since she is usually very stubborn to take an argument for granted, and more so with Serena. Everyone take the day off, see you tomorrow. And so in a magic circle she left. There was a very awkward silence in the room. Everyone was wondering what had happened to the president. But the one with a serious look was the honey-haired girl, who continued looking at the place where her love rival was. In a universe of wizards, a blue-haired water mage sneezed. Anna, what could have happened to Buchos-san? That question that Asia asked fell on deaf ears, as no one wanted to leave her thoughts. Well, as Buchos said, we have the day, so you can leave if you want. Akino-senpai. Tell me, Serena-chan? I hope I can apologize to her tomorrow. She must have a lot of things to do, and I just made the situation worse. The brunette smiled. Honestly, Serena is not as bad as she thought from the beginning, since she showed concern at the redhead's reaction. Don't worry, he'll be fine, just give him some time alone. Thank you, she bowed in gratitude, demonstrating her good manners. But she was not the only one. What do you think Pikachu is? Ash asked his electric companion, who was on his shoulder. Pikachu, I don't know, she could be sick, he replied with a shrug of his shoulders as a sign that he doesn't know. To which Ash just sighed, thinking about Rias and why she acted like that. I hope you are okay. Night came, and a very tired Ash was getting ready to sleep as Serena was taking a bath, and Asia went to get some supplies accompanied by Pikachu and Sylveon just in case. Do you want to know what happened? After Rias gave them the afternoon off, Ash was able to ask Akino that if she couldn't get him a charm like Pikachu's for the fairy Pokemon, he could walk free outside the house. And he succeeded, something that Serena thanked him for. Now both Pokemon can play both inside and outside without risk of being seen by ordinary people. Serena convinced Asia to get new clothes and various accessories such as makeup and perfumes so that she would look prettier. They went through the mall buying many things. But guess who was the one who took everything? Arceus. My arms hurt so much that they used me as a charging Machamp. Did you guess? And so many clothes? I could bet that they only used less than half of what they bought, and even more so if it was with my money. It's not fair. Who said life is fair? Well, at least I'll be able to rest. I hope Bucho is better tomorrow. I was really worried when she left without telling us much. Worried about your secret love? A light manifested on the back of Ash's left hand. It was the red dragon. What do you mean by secret love? She's just my friend. If she is your friend, why did you dream about her and your other friend at a wedding? It seems that you like both of them. I have no idea what you're talking about. He tries to avoid that conversation because of the shame of that dream that he still doesn't know why he dreamed it. Repeat it until you believe it. Just as he was about to start an argument, a light started to shine in his room. It was a magic circle with the Gremory symbol. And from there emerged the girl who was in Ash's worries. It was Rias. But his expression was not the usual one. Something that even the jet black can see well. Bucho? What is this? Ash. His voice was not the usual one either, it was more tense and desperate. Okay, what's wrong with her, Giratinez? He couldn't continue with his thoughts when he felt her take him by the shoulders and gently push him onto the bed. We don't have much time, we have to do it quickly. Wait, do what? His words died as he watched her unbutton her shirt and remove her magenta skirt. He doesn't like where the whole thing was going. We can't do it with clothes, Ash, they are too cumbersome. He blushed at those words and the redhead's actions. He definitely didn't like where things were going. Bucho, wait, you have to calm down and explain to me what's happening, he said in an attempt to stop her. But those words fell on deaf ears. Since now she took off her bra, revealing what many men would kill to see. And what Brock would die to see. Instead, Ash closed his eyes. I knew something was wrong with her, and what she was doing was definitely not like her. He would never take advantage of a girl in his life. Despite feeling a weight on his pelvis and hands removing his white shirt, he didn't open them for anything. Ash. She begged. Ash, please open your eyes. I don't want to do it, Bucho, what you're doing is wrong. Ash, I want you to look at me, I want you to. She could not continue because the black-haired man stopped her by touching her shoulders. This is not you, I can tell from your voice that you don't want to do it, especially in this way, and your eyes were dull. This is not the Bucho I know. There was a small moment of silence between the two. Ash, I know you think this isn't right, but I have no other options. I just ask you to do it. I ask you to make me yours right now, please. She begged him to let her do it. But Bucho, you can ask me whatever you want, but this is something I won't do if you don't really want it. Doing so would be taking advantage of your condition, and I will never do that. If you think this is the only option, then I will tell you that there is more than just that. If there isn't, I will look for it, but I know that you won't do it. Ash. She was going to speak, but he brought his face closer and opened his eyes to look at her. I'll tell you again, and I don't mind telling you 1,000 times, never give up until the end. Looking into his eyes, those caramel-colored eyes with the shine of the most valuable diamond, she could see the determination and courage of his soul, a soul that despite adversity and failure does not weaken but rather strengthens. He knew now that he was going to make a huge mistake. One that she was not going to forgive herself for. Since she was planning to force her beloved pawn to do it without even considering whether he wanted to or not. How could she call herself king and tell her feelings if she can't look out for her own well-being first? Without knowing it, the black-haired boy wiped her cheeks where treacherous tears ran that she did not want to let out. Surprising her a lot and feeling good about that gesture. Don't cry, Bucho, you should always smile, come on, give me a smile. The dark-skinned man's sweet words were giving him reasons to do it now and for real pleasure. but he controlled himself barely. The moment was one in which she wished it would not end and that she would move forward to be with him. But nothing lasts forever. A light shone again in his room. It was another transportation circle in which he had the symbol of the Gremory family. Ash expected a Kino or Kaneko to come out of him, but instead a person he didn't know came out. She was a mature woman with silver hair, dressed as a French maid and with a seriousness that would compete with that of Mutual. Oju-sama is violating the agreement by doing these acts of rebellion. Don't worry, Grafia, I didn't do it in the end, thanks to Ash. The maid now known as Grafia looked at Ash for a few moments. The coach was not intimidated, he stood firm against her. I'm sorry for the inconvenience that Oju-sama caused you. My name is Grafia, maid of the Gremory family and queen of the Mao Lucifer. I'm Ash Ketchum, nice to meet you. On behalf of the Gremory family and my master, I thank you for stopping her. The lords would be very disappointed if the heiress committed such an irresponsible act. Just when Rias was going to protest. We all make mistakes, I know it firsthand. I didn't want her to do it too, since I am willing to help her even if it is against her will. She is a very important person to me. If you couldn't fall in love with him more, then whoever said it was wrong. A noticeable blush that only the maid noticed appeared on her pale cheeks. And more so, putting a hand on his chest, feeling his heart beating strongly for the daring coach. Unable to help but show a smile when seeing the redhead in that state of a girl in love. The silver-haired girl picked up the girl's clothes and Ash looked away so as not to see anything, demonstrating the gentleman he is. Chivalry is not dead yet. Ash, I'm glad you stopped me, and don't worry, tomorrow you and Serena will know why I was about to do it. When Serena's word was mentioned, he didn't understand. Why did he mention her? Isn't that right, Serena? He inadvertently opened the door, and there was the honey-haired girl with a sympathetic look on her face. How did you know I was here listening? Simple, the smell of vanilla gives you away a lot, and I can bet that Ash has gotten used to the smell of your shampoo in this room that he doesn't even notice it anymore. She answered all this with a mocking smile. Well, we'll leave this conversation for another time. He said this with the desire to start another exchange of words, and just like Ash said, you can also count on me to help you if necessary. Would you help me? I asked, surprised by that statement. Of course, it's very fun to have you as a love rival, isn't it? She said, smiling at him and offering him her hand. At those words she smiled sincerely and shook his hand. Maybe there might be a friendship after all between the two of them. But yes, only one can win, and I won't make it that easy for you, Little Red. I would be upset if you made it easy, Tinkerbell. Well, at least it's progress. And as for Ash, he looked at her happily because they were such good friends without really knowing the real reason for those defiant smiles. I'm glad they get along now. I hope they become good friends. You seriously don't realize anything, do you? What do you mean, drag, if they are friends now? Look, I'd better tell you when you grow up. What could this dragon have wanted to tell me? Hey Ash, you never change. I don't know, Ash-kun, it might be a matter with the Gremory chamber. Dawn broke and Ash, along with Serena and Asia plus Pikachu and Sylvian, went to the club room. On the way they met the blonde knight. Well, I hope Bucho-san isn't in danger for something, Asia asked worriedly, and holding Pikachu on her shoulder courtesy of the raven-haired boy. I hope there is something we can help with, said Serena, having Sylvian walking beside her with one hand wrapped in ribbons. I hope so too, Serena, and I hope that whatever is bothering Bucho is something we can take care of. Ash's determined and tension-laden words answered both of their questions. We both think the same, Ash-kun, I hope the same. Just as they reached the door, they entered and saw Rias at her desk, but wearing a serious and annoyed look, and beside her was the same maid from last night along with Akino, who was smiling elegantly, hiding her concern. Not to mention that Kaneko was silent as if she didn't want to have anything to do with it. You could feel the tension in the air. This is not good. The gentleman did not need to emphasize the obvious. Asia took Ash's arm for fear of what might happen, and Serena took his hand, looking at him with determination, letting him know that whatever he decides she will support him. He nodded, smiling defiantly. When everyone was gathered, Rias had to speak. I was afraid, I didn't deny it. She was afraid that what was going to happen would turn her life into a real hell for a devil like her. But he just had to remember those words. Never give up until the end. Those words alone were enough for her to continue with the plan she had if she wanted to be with her nobility, and the boy she fell in love with. For them. Before starting with the club activities, I have something to tell you. Oju-sama, do you want me to tell you? She shook her head. The truth is that, just when I was going to reveal everything, an orange light appeared in the club's large circle. But from that circle a wave of flames came out. Those flames could hurt someone. But it didn't happen because a dome-like barrier joined by pink hexagon crystals prevented that from happening. It was Serena who made use of the gift given to her by Arceus by touching one of his 18 tablets. Fairy movements. When the fire had calmed down, a young man of about 20 years old with long blonde hair and blue eyes came out, wearing a red suit without a tie and a half-opened shirt, revealing his chest. Serena removed the barrier when she saw that there was no danger. Rias dear, I came to see you. That man approached her. I came to pick you up. We have a lot to plan and I want our moment to be unforgettable. He smiled in a way that Ash cannot tolerate even in painting. Arrogance. The guy let it go wherever he walked. As far as I know, Razor has not accepted Rias' words dripped with pure poison with the intention of keeping him from approaching her person. Something that he either didn't understand or he did understand but he didn't care. Haha, how funny, stop acting like a spoiled girl and come with me. I won't go with you, Razor, I have better things to do than waste my time with you. The guy didn't like the tone she was using. I gave you an order, and you have to obey me, he said this while taking the redhead's wrist. Let me go, she demanded. I think I'll have to teach you to obey me from now on, he said, smiling with more arrogance and malice. But he stopped talking when he felt his wrist being squeezed. I advise you to let her go. He turned around to see who dared to lay a hand on him. Who are you? He was a little surprised to see that blood-red eyes and a purple aura were on the person who laid a hand on him. And besides that, it caused him pain because he had a very strong grip, surpassing that of a normal tower. It was Ash entering in the same mode he used in the abandoned church. Everyone is surprised, even Grafia, to see that look he has except for Serena, who tried to believe what she saw. Since she knows where that dark power comes from. Hoopa's shadow, it was supposed to come out of Ash's body that same dawn that Hoopa himself made peace with his dark counterpart. How come Giratina's is still in him? The tension between them was palpable. One believes himself superior to him, and the other one doesn't give a shit who he is. Just when the tension was about to turn into hostility. Ash. Serena's scream stopped the raven, and he returned to his normal state, leaving the blonde confused. Ash, you must calm down, in that state you could become hostile and uncontrollable, she scolded him. I'm sorry, Serena, it won't happen again, he apologized. Things calmed down a bit as they were still looking at each other with hostility. Ash-sama, the maid, spoke. Grafia-san, would you be so kind as to tell us who this guy is? I asked, pointing at him. You better have more respect for me, servant, he spoke hatefully. Well, your actions don't show that you deserve any respect. I will teach you respect, he said, lighting fire in his hands. Razor-sama, control yourself, remember that you are a guest here. The silver-haired girl's words served to stop what he was thinking of doing, even though he looked at the dark-skinned man as if he were an insect that he had to kill. Ash also looked at him, wanting to bring that guy down from his cloud. People like him are the ones he can't stand to see. At least Paul respected his opponents to a certain point. Ash-sama, I present to you Razor Phoenix, fourth son of the Phoenix family and Oju-sama's fiancé by decision of both families. That left the coach somewhat surprised to learn that something like arranged marriages are still done in this world. Instead, Serena. So this is your problem, little redhead. Now I understand what happened yesterday. If they wanted to marry me to a guy like him, I would have done the same thing. She gave him her moral support. Thanks for understanding, Tinkerbell. I guess in your world there aren't those kinds of things, right? Don't even think so. Blue bloods don't usually do it that often, and I'm glad I wasn't born into a noble family. How I wish I was in your place. Be careful, envy kills. Both smiling, they supported each other like the good rivals that they are. Now we see Ria sitting with her arms crossed, implying that she did not enjoy the company she had at all. And the guy Razor was sitting next to her, touching her as if she were some kind of trophy. This tea is very good. Thank you so much. Akino's kind words were just a disguise for the disgust she felt towards that guy. The rest looked on. It was obvious that he was not welcome. And more so for Ash, who was already controlling himself thanks to the help of Serena, Pikachu and Asia along with Sylveon. But Serena wanted to talk. Ash, why didn't you tell me that you still had Hoopa's shadow in your body? You know very well that he can try to take control of you. I'm sorry, Serena. I didn't want to worry you. I thought I could control it, but these days there were things that have unleashed my anger, things I prefer not to remember. And why didn't you expel it from your body? Mirai and Baraz could have helped us get it out, or at least sealed it so it wouldn't possess you. I don't know, he doesn't even know. He doesn't know why he didn't bring out Hoopa's shadow when he had the chance, and he doesn't know why he allowed it to reside inside him. Why didn't I do it? Maybe it's because you identified with him in some way. Both of you feel angry about the bad things that you've had to go through. Both of you feel like you have the world against you by not letting you achieve your goals. And how do you know Drag? I look back at your memories and let me tell you that except for Unova and Kanto, in those leagues you deserve to win, and even more so in Shernan and Kalos. It's incredible that you haven't given up until now. I know, even I am surprised by that. But don't get me wrong, you are a good coach and you come up with good, less orthodox and effective strategies. You know how to surprise your rival and you know how to get out of trouble when you feel cornered. Fighting is in your blood. Be proud of that. The black-haired boy smiled at the dragon's words. Thanks, Drag, I needed to hear that. Whenever you want, partner. Ash took Serena and Asia's hand, letting them know that everything was okay. They smiled calmly. That's enough, Razor. Tranquility that did not last. Since Rias was fed up with him, she stood up and looked at him with anger and disgust. You still refuse my touch? I tried to seduce her, but... I already told you, Razor, I won't marry you. It was no use. You have told me this many times, but you know that it is an order from your own father. Both families want a new generation of pure-blood demons. I am not a surrogate mother for them to use as they wish. I have a life and plans, and I don't plan on spending them with a guy who feels like the eighth wonder of the world. Rias, you know very well that this is the best for everyone. Remember that as an heiress you must do it. The Gremry family has no more heirs due to the low birth rate and the fact that your brother is no longer a Gremry, so only you and your nephew, your brother's son, remain. The reincarnated outnumber us, and that is not something that we purebloods should give ourselves the luxury of. A new generation of demons with Phoenix and Gremry blood will be born whether you want it or not. I'm just trying to make you accept and see that you should be happy to marry a powerful demon like me. I don't believe it. Razor's speech was interrupted by the Raven. The blonde looked at him with disdain. What the hell are you talking about? I don't think that's your intention. In fact, I don't think you care if a new generation of demons is born. You just want her to submit to your will using the pretext of blood and families. What do you care, reincarnated? This is none of your business. He felt frustrated by how the black-haired man spoke to him. With the truth. And you think I care whether it's my business or not? I've faced people who don't give a damn about the well-being of others at the expense of achieving their ambitions. You're no different from them. That look of seriousness and defiance was a look that Razor didn't like. He didn't like that a reincarnated person challenged him like that when he had to kiss the ground where his feet stepped. I'm going to teach you your place and to fear the great Razor Phoenix. He said this while holding fire in his hands and this time wanting to burn it to ashes, but I don't think I'll learn anything from you. In fact, I'll make you see how wrong you are. He expelled Hoopa's dark aura, now having control of him and Pikachu on his shoulder with electric flashes on his cheeks. Just when a fight was about to break out, a more powerful and icy aura manifested in the clubroom. It was the same maid who released that power. Razor-sama, Ash-sama, if you don't behave, I'm going to have to intervene in honor of my master. Razor had to calm down out of fear by putting out his fire. Ash instead calmed his dark aura without showing fear. He was not scared of that aura since he felt an almost similar power a long time ago in Unova. Kyurem was the name of the dragon/ice Pokemon that came to his memory. Oju-sama, your final answer is? It's a no, Grafia. I don't want to marry him now or ever. If I want to marry, it will be with the person I choose and consider worthy of being my husband. Well, in that case, the masters decided that if both parties do not reach an agreement, a rating game must be held. A rating game? Ash asked along with Serena and Asia. It's a game where two kings pit their deer against each other in a royal battle with some rules and certain limits, Kiba replied in response. Usually Oju-sama can't participate in one because she's not a mature demon, but my parents decided it because they knew I wouldn't refuse, thinking that I would agree to their demands. How long will they continue trying to rule my life as they please? She didn't like that. And to whom yes? So Oju-sama refuses? Well, someone told me not to give up until the end, and I will follow those words with great faith. Grafia accepts. That surprised Serena. That motto was something that always got her out of doubts and troubles. He smiled as he saw that his rival had learned what it means to never give up. He just hoped that he could continue with that motto until the end. Well, if that's how you prefer it, okay. If you win, you can do whatever you want, but if I win, you'll marry me immediately. That will not happen. You will fall, Razor, and I will free myself from this absurd agreement. Have both parties agreed on their terms? Grafia asked. Yeah. Hump, of course. Okay, the rating game will take place once the date is decided. I will inform both families. And with that, a battle was agreed upon. Razor looked at everyone but was curious about those yellow and white creatures with pink and blue. Hey Rias, these are your servants. Only Serena isn't. Is there a problem? Ha, well then this will be a mockery. Only you, Queen, can fight on par with some of my deer. On the other hand, The snap of the fingers, and from the circle emerged in a flash several girls of different clothes and ages. I have my nobility complete, and well trained for a rating game. Ash looked at everyone. He could see that they were capable of a battle. Razor-sama, who is he? He seems very cute, asked a girl in Chinese attire. He's just a pawn. For a simple pawn, he is tender. And those caramel-colored eyes are so sweet. Not counting those marks on his cheeks that give him a childish touch. Razor-sama, can we have that pawn? Now the girls of Razor's nobility were giving him unholy looks, making a redhead and a honey-haired girl furious, who shortly after looked at each other and nodded as a sign that they should not allow those mighty hyenas to get close to what is theirs. So Serena took her arm and Rias made her presence known to them. The signs were clear. Get away. What did work? I think they used malicious on them. Razor took advantage of an opportunity to put the daring pawn in his place. Look, finish off the pawn. As you order. She prepared a bow ready to attack by launching herself, but I didn't count on that. Boom. An unexpected attack from a yellow blur hit her in the stomach, and then she received a hard blow to the chin that made her rise from the ground. It was like being hit by a war hammer. It was Pikachu who intercepted his attempts with quick attack and hit him on the chin with Iron Tail. When she fell to the ground, she tried to stand up but felt her body numb, and yellow sparks surrounded her body. It was the static skill. Please don't try to fight now. You are paralyzed and your movements are less fluid, and it leaves you open to attacks without being able to defend yourself. If you try it again, Pikachu won't hold back since he is not using the maximum of his power. Everyone looked at that in amazement, and even more so those of the Gremory nobility, since that speed far surpassed Kiba's, and that blow easily surpassed Kaniko's strength. Look what you're doing. I ordered you to hit that pawn. You say she is trained, but she is not trained enough. She attacks directly when she should have looked for an opening, thinking that fear would have paralyzed me. She just launched herself without knowing if I was going to hit her back or not. Tell me, what kind of king and leader are you to send someone to fight an enemy that he has no knowledge of? What king doesn't think about his own? Others speak to him with the truth, something that bothers the blonde even more. Rias, you must teach that pawn of yours to keep his mouth shut. She's just telling the truth, and I think it's true. It's very uncomfortable. Fine, if you want it that way. The meeting is in 15 days, and I hope your pawn is there so that he can at least give me some fight. Ash just smiled, accepting that challenge. The next time we see each other will be on the battlefield pawn. He just stepped forward to tell her. I'll see you there and I'll beat you, Razor. A rivalry has arisen and a battle has been scheduled. With only 15 days left, Ash has to do his best to ensure that he and his friends don't lose in the match they will have against the immortal bird. But for now. Chapter 7. Come on guys, there's not much left. It was an Ash who had a huge backpack in which he carried with little effort. The others followed the path of what would be destiny. But how come Ash has so much energy with the weight of his suitcase? He shouldn't have that speed when running. That's what Ria said. Even though she was carrying light luggage, she was tired from walking so much, especially when she saw her pawn brimming with energy. Era, I hope you have that enthusiasm when we start training. Akino said, also carrying light luggage, also feeling a bit tired. Ash has always been one who, when he travels, doesn't stop until it gets dark or until he finds a Pokemon Center. He rarely gets tired. Serena said, walking with her own luggage without being affected by the walk. And how can you not get tired, Tinkerbell? We've been walking almost all morning? Well, Rojita, it turns out that I have become accustomed to walking long distances in my world. Young trainers from the age of 10 or 13 have to spend most of our time on the road until we reach the next city. I don't think you can withstand a 6-hour walk, she said mockingly. So? Well, I don't think you'll be able to catch up with Ash in less than 20 seconds, he challenged her to see if he could humiliate her. And if I do it, what do I gain? You will have the right to sleep with him. Done, I accept easily. She walked normally towards the Azabache that was waiting for them on a hill. Ha, with that pace you won't reach. Flash. The honey-haired girl with pink wings arrived in less than 10 seconds to where Ash was smiling victoriously. Zarlo? Hey, you cheated, he finished angrily, now using his wings to go and claim him. When he arrived, he only saw how Serena stuck out her tongue in a playful and very cute way if you look at her. Nobody said there were rules, you just said I couldn't catch up to Ash in less than 20 and I did it in 8. But that's not fair, you cheated on me, she said, very angry for having been cheated by her rival. Well, go cry with your mom, Serena mocked, savoring her victory. And so they started an argument in which Ash was in the middle, who had a Saitama-like expression. While everyone looked at the scene with funny expressions. I think Bucho-san and Serena-san will be very good friends, don't you think, guys? Asia asked, smiling at the Pokemon walking beside her. Pika, that's what you say, said Pikachu, no longer caring about these discussions that are almost daily. So there are two of us now, said Sylvian, still not used to her trainer being like that. She is afraid that she will meet Mythel again in Kalos. They arrived at their destination. It's a mansion in the middle of nowhere with everything you need to train. It was Rias's country house. And without waiting any longer, everyone got dressed to start training, including Serena, since she wanted to see if she could improve or see how many ways she could use the fairy movements. Well, are we all here? Well, before we start, I want to see what we can improve, and for that we will have some small fights between each other. Bucho? Ash asked, raising his hand as if he were in class. Yes, Ash. I think I can help with that if you allow me to bring some of my Pokemon, he offered. Rias thought about it. It wouldn't be a bad idea, and if what Ash says is true, then we would improve faster in our training. Plus, I wanted to see if I had any cute Pokemon. Okay, bring the one who would be good for Yudo-kun. He nodded, standing up until he reached the middle of the ground where they were going to train, and taking out one of his rings he used it to bring into a portal whoever he wanted to bring. The inside of the portal turned green and a Pokemon came out that only Serena knows or has seen. It was a green, reptilian-looking bipedal Pokemon with yellow eyes that reflected its seriousness. It had leaf-like scales on its wrists, and its tail was like the leaves of a conifer. It was his most loyal Pokemon, and one of the fastest he had at his disposal. How long has it been, friend? Septile, nice to see you, Ash said, the grass starter who bowed to his trainer. Everyone was surprised, including Serena, who didn't know Ash had that Pokemon. I'll ask him later. Guys, I present to you Septile, my starter from the Hone region and one of my fastest Pokemon that I have. Saying the word fast, Sceptile went straight to a tree, and with a slash almost seen by Kiba he cut a small branch, and in a somewhat cool way he put it in his mouth to bite it. The demons were very surprised by such a display of skill from the green starter. They knew that it was not the maximum that was given. It's amazing, Ash. Look at it yourself, little redhead. Serena gives Rias a red square object, and with her help she points the object at the Pokemon, and it opens to show a high-tech holographic screen, displaying the Pokemon's image and some descriptions such as hex, height, weight, and personality. The voice of the object was robotic. Sceptile, the mountain Pokemon. This Pokemon is very agile. It jumps from branch to branch and launches itself at its enemy from behind. The leaves that come out of its body have very sharp edges. Good description, but what is this device? It's a Pokédex. It's like an electronic encyclopedia in which we obtain information about the Pokemon we target, and details such as what movements it has and its statistics such as attack, special attack, defense, special defense, and speed. It's also like an ID card to identify ourselves as trainers, explained Ash, surprising many. But it also serves to access your bank account in which you get money with each victory, whether against gym leaders or other trainers. It was Serena who continued. The entourage could not help but be surprised, already wanting to go to that world. A few minutes passed, and Kiba with a wooden sword was in front of the grass reptile, standing on guard. Sceptile was on guard, having Ash give him instructions in battle at everyone's request to get an idea of what Pokemon battles are like. Having Serena as referee to officiate, she raised a hand to start. When he lowered his hand, the match began, and Kiba remained alert to what could happen. Okay, Sceptile, start with Saberleaf. The blades on her wrists lengthened to the point of being considered lethal weapons, and she used them to attack. Kiba waited for the attack that he was sure would come to him head-on. But the Pokemon disappeared from his sight, leaving the blonde surprised. Where did he go? I looked for him, but he felt her presence behind him. He instinctively put the wooden sword to block a slash that was going to hit him directly in the chest. Using his speed, the demon took distance from the Pokemon. Just as he put his guard up again, the wooden sword was split in half by a thin cut. Leaving the demons in shock, they didn't think a Pokemon could do such a thing. Kiba, on the other hand, didn't know when that happened, since he was sure he blocked the attack. He thought that that green creature couldn't be something that could make him shudder with nerves. Kiba, if you want to beat Sceptile, you're going to have to be very serious. It's not one of my strongest Pokemon for nothing, and let me tell you that what it did was nothing more than a greeting, said Ash seriously. If that was a greeting, then he didn't want to imagine how lethal it would be when he wanted to be serious. So he threw away what was left of his wooden sword, and with his sacred gear he created 2 black-bladed swords in each hand. This time I'll be serious, the look of the initial said. What are you waiting for? Something that the knight understood, and with more speed he went straight to the attack. Both. Ting. Leaves collided, sparking, and in a blink of an eye they disappeared. A few seconds passed in which everything was silent. Ting. 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 Claw. It was now that they moved at an incredible speed, exchanging stabs and cuts. It was incredible, and at the same time made Rias nervous, knowing that there could be creatures that with just training could be on par with someone from the 3 factions. And even more so when there is a world full of them. The exchange continued for a few moments until Kiba stepped back a little. He was agitated and had cuts in his clothes and one on his cheek where Sceptile was bleeding instead. It remained almost the same. A few scratches, but nothing more. I'm not even tiring him out. Ash says he's one of his strongest, but I didn't think he was that strong. Maybe. Well, Sceptile, you've had your fun. Use agility and immobilize him, he ordered, and Rias was curious about that word. The initial nodded to the order, and his body was surrounded by a purple glow for a few seconds until it stopped. At the sight of the she-devils and Kiba, nothing happened. But only Serena said, "This meeting is already decided." Kiba was not going to stand still, so with his maximum speed he tried to end the match, but he felt a burning sensation in his left leg. Then on the right. Then on his left side. and finally, a very strong one on the back. Everything happened in a single second. And he turned around in pain to see that the Pokemon was there, already deactivating its movement. And then I fell giving into the pain. Kiba. They all screamed and went to help him. While Asia was healing his wounds, the blonde looked up and his eyes met those of the initial one who was looking at him. His look said it all. I expected more from you. Ash, your Pokemon went too far with Yuto. I don't think so, Butcho. This was necessary so that Kiba could know what his limits are. She was going to reply, but no, Butcho. The blonde spoke even with pain. Ash is right. I thought that with just my speed I could win, but I couldn't do much, Sceptile. I'm sorry I wasn't a challenge for you. The Pokemon just looked at him, and then nodded, and went to rest on a tree branch. It's his way of saying it doesn't matter, he expects you to give him a real challenge, Kiba. Rest assured, Ash, I will give it to him, is what he said, already recovered from his wounds, wanting to surpass that speed that left him like a beginner. Well, next is Kaneko-chan. Ash, do you have anyone who knows how to fight at close range? I have several, but can I bring you one of my strongest? Bring it, please. Good. He took out another ring and used it to create another portal with a red interior. And not expecting an ape-like Pokemon, with reddish-brown fur and white on the chest and feet down to the knees, blue fingers and circular golden plates on the back of its hands, shoulders and ribs. But what was most notable about it was the crown of flames on its head, real flames in which if you put a hand you would immediately get burned. I present to you Infernape, my sure non-starter. He is good not only in speed but also in close combat and martial arts, since he is a fighting type, without forgetting that he is very brave. The initial, out of pure demonstration, launched a battle cry and his flames grew larger and more powerful. It was easy to know that he had a lot of power. Kaneko just narrowed her eyes. Something about that Pokemon gave her a feeling of nostalgia. Ria's still having Serena's Pokédex ready to learn more about the fire starter. Infernape, the flame Pokemon. The fire crown of this Pokemon demonstrates its fiery nature. It handles its rivals with tremendous agility, and in its special way of fighting it uses all its limbs. No one can beat it in speed. Incredible was the only thing Rias could say. But they came out of their stupor when the initial team rushed to hug their coach, and he responded. I'm glad to see you, friend. In fair, Fernape also, Ash. I miss you, he replied in his language. They all couldn't help but smile at the friendly affection Ash has for his Pokemon. He had a heart of gold. A few minutes passed and now on the battlefield Serena was refereeing again. Kaneko had her gloves and her seriousness was palpable. I wasn't going to make the same mistake as Kiba. I was going to go all out. Ash returned to direct. Start. And with that signal Kaneko with super strength launched herself to give a right hook to the monkey Pokemon. But he stopped the blow with just his forearm. Bam! That blow was one that caused a shockwave that raised dust. But that force did not move the initial one even a single centimeter, leaving the white-haired girl surprised. Fire Fist. Ash's command was received, and the monkey fist lit up in flames and then struck. The girl, using all her agility, tried to dodge those burning fists, but she knew she couldn't do it forever, so she also went back on the offensive. Bam! Both fists collided, causing another shock wave, and then both engaged in an exchange of blows in which they blocked and evaded. Kaneko couldn't keep up with him. For every hit he managed to land she received four, in which the Pokemon didn't hold back. I was very grateful that his tower resistance helped a lot in these moments. He is very strong. I have to try to hit him with everything in one blow. That's a strategy that has served her well many times before, and she was sure it would serve her well now. Bracing herself, she was able to find an opening in his guard, and with that punch, I managed to land a critical hit on his cheek, causing the Pokemon to be stunned for a few moments. That's what he believed, as he saw how the starter slowly recovered from the blow as if it was nothing. The girl was in shock. It was her best strategy, and it didn't work out as she expected. But he came out of shock when he saw the monkey's look. It was one he understood very well. That's your best shot? Something he didn't think he would have in a fight. Anger. She was very angry because of that look he gave her. A look that made her look inferior. That feeling I hated to feel. And with great anger she. Punch. He hit the fire Pokemon again, who didn't even fight back. Punch. 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 I hit again and again and again. While the ape was being hit repeatedly, Ash did or said nothing. None of the girls knew why. Serena had an idea of what the black-haired boy was thinking. You. The more Kaneko hit, and the more she looked at the initials in different look, the more enraged she became. You. And more. You. To the point that anger blinded her. And with all her strength fueled by anger, ready to strike, she screamed. Don't look at me like I'm someone weak. Ah. Bam. Nobody said anything. Because of the shock. Since Infernape stopped the powerful blow with one hand, which only moved him from his place by half a meter. The white-haired girl couldn't believe what she was seeing. And in the silence the ape began to increase his power, even stopping that blow, causing the temperature of the place to rise dramatically. He wasn't close to his limit, or really faltering, and yet the use. Sea of Flames were Serena's words. That's right, he used that skill that cost him so much work to master. Everyone present did not understand, but by seeing Serena's expression she knew it was something truly serious. An ability that allows the user to have a huge increase in power with the requirement that they have little strength, or are almost weakened, an ability that is dangerous if not controlled properly. She knows this because her Braixen has used it a few times, which surprises her that this Pokemon uses it without having to do that requirement. Now with that well understood, everyone was wondering, why is Infernape using it? And why doesn't Ash stop it? On the other hand, Kaneko could not move because of terror. Those flames and that look of pure power made him remember. Remembering something you want to bury from your past. Fire Fist finished now. Ash's orders were tense, as if he didn't want to, but at the same time he had to do something that had to be done. And the monkey with a powerful flaming right. Punch. I knocked her out, leaving everyone speechless and watching in slow motion as she falls to the ground, resigned and with a broken spirit. Thump. As if her fears would have come back to haunt her. Serena's verdict was not needed for this. Kaneko. Quickly everyone went to help her while Infernape deactivated his ability, looking at the girl with a look that reminded Ash of someone. Look, he could understand perfectly. How pathetic. And without further ado he went to the foot of the tree where his initial partner was resting and rested, crossing his legs. She could understand that look. And he also wanted not to understand. Ash, why didn't you stop Infernape? He could have hurt her seriously, the redhead demanded. I don't speak. Answer, he demanded again. This was necessary. What do you mean necessary? She asked, shouting without letting him finish. She hasn't accepted herself. Those words. They left several people in shock. How? That's right, Rias. I don't know what Kaneko-san's past is, but ever since I met her I can see that in her eyes there is always a sign of denial, as if her silence was her shield or her cage, and that's what bothers me about her. The expression "both she devils" was priceless. Kaneko, on the other hand, listened to everything, even while healing her wounds on Asia's part. She clenched her fists at the raven's words. And even more so when you know that there is a lot of reason in them. Rias didn't know what to say to him. Kiba knows how to handle his problem better, but he still hasn't overcome it, and Akino is very similar to Kaneko, but in her there is no fear but a lot of hate. I thought that you as a leader were trying to help them like me, but I don't see anything on your part. In all this time there was no attempt. Nothing. Tell me, how do you think you will win the raiding game if your team can't fight and overcome their problems? How do you plan to launch them into battle when they are not yet ready to face opponents and rivals free of bonds? Nobody knew what to say. And it wasn't for the moment. If not for ASH. Pika Pie, calm down, Ash. His dark aura and red eyes showed all his anger and frustration. His strongest Pokemon were ready behind him to stop him if he got out of control. And Serena held him by the shoulders to calm him down and make him see reason. It only took a few moments for him to close his eyes and let out a sigh to calm himself. Back to normal. And worrying the Pelamil even more. Hoopa's shadow is becoming more and more noticeable. Ash gives into it without even noticing it. I'm sorry guys, I'll be out in the woods, don't wait for me. That's what he said in a docile manner and without any desire to see them, and then he turned around and walked towards the forest, disappearing among the trees and bushes. Pikachu, take the others and don't leave him alone if he goes back to that state. Knock him out, she said seriously. The electric Pokemon was surprised by her words, but at the same time he understood why. His coach was getting worse. Sceptile did not doubt a single one of his words. After all, he also knows what a possessed Ash can do, and he doesn't want that to happen to his trainer. Not again. Infernape was a little hesitant, as he wouldn't dare hurt his trainer. But he knows he would have to do what needs to be done to help him. So the three of them nodded at the order and went to catch up with him at full speed. On the other hand, the Gremory nobility. Each and every one of them except Asia had their eyes on the ground, even though they had the coach's words in their heads. That, and without saying anything, each of them went to the forest on their own except for Rias, who blamed herself. Since he knows Ash was right. I don't deserve to be called king, maybe I should. Pock could not finish, thanks to receiving a slap from his rival. Serena. She felt the burning sensation on her cheek and was in shock. To then look at the Pelamil, who looked at her angrily. And a blonde who was afraid of what might happen. Don't even think about it. Ash works hard so that you have your freedom, and you give up at the first difficulty? If you want to do it, but if you do it, then release him from your side and don't drag him with you to your surrender, and stop calling yourself my rival and using my creed. With those words, and with a lot of anger for seeing his rival so weak on the way to the forest with Sylvian at his side. Come, Asia-chan. Ha, she said nervously and uncomfortably, obeying the trainer, giving one last look to the redhead. Leaving her alone with her thoughts. That first day of training nobody trained. 2 days passed. And no one saw each other or spoke to each other. The situation was very tense and Ash knew it. He blamed himself for saying and bringing out those truths when he was not the one to say them. Now he was sitting on a log reflecting on what he did. Having his Pokemon trying to cheer him up and keep him company. While he was still in his thoughts. I know I messed up now, damn it, what should I do now? Ash? I stop thinking when I hear Serena's voice behind me. He turned around to see the girl, who had a very worried look on her face, who was carrying a basket with some food and was accompanied by Sylvian. Serena, what are you doing here? You didn't show up at the mansion for 2 days and I was worried about you. I brought you some food that Asia-chan and I made. Thanks, Serena. Both of them, along with the Pokemon, ate peacefully. Everything was peaceful until she spoke. Ash, can I ask you something? Of course, he didn't pay attention as he looked at what he was eating as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. The truth is he was still in his thoughts. I want to know, why do you allow Hoopa's shadow to take possession of you? At that question he remained silent. I didn't know how to answer him. The honeymoon knew how to interpret that silence very well. Ash, every time you manifest that dark power my concern increases. I'm afraid it will control you and in the end you. That won't happen, Serena. I'll find a way to keep it under control and... But you expressed it in a fit of anger and did not resist, and the worst thing is that with everything that is happening and especially with what happened with Razor, you could lose the control you have now. Serena, I can. Please, Ash, promise me you won't use it again unless you have no other choice. Promise me. I promise you, Serena. She smiled and hugged him, relieved by the black man's words. But Ash was different. He could only pray to Arceus that there would be no reason to have to use his dark power. Only time will tell. Both trainers left the forest accompanied by the Pokemon. But when they arrived at the mansion, someone was waiting for them. Ash. They were the Gremory nobility with neutral expressions. Ash was already getting nervous about what they would tell him. A few minutes passed, and their looks made him very uncomfortable. But afterwards they smiled, leaving him confused. Get that face off, we're not going to hurt you or complain to you. Really? He asked, not sure. Of course, since that day we have been talking to each other, and we have come to the conclusion that despite how harsh and out of your concern your words were in our existential issues, it is true. Ria's words left the raven confused. Even though you said I can handle my problem, I actually just hide it behind my smile, Kiba said with a bitter smile. For many reasons I hide in my sadistic side to be able to calm my pain from the past, and the truth is that thanks to that I became a sadist, said Akino, who also smiled bitterly. I can't tell you my past, but I do want you to be there to support us, Ash-kun. Kaneko looked at Ash, begging him to be by her side and not let that nightmare from her past come back. We've all wanted to tell you that we're glad you're our friend and companion, and I'm also glad that you're by my side despite everything. You don't know how grateful I am that you're my servant and friend, Ash. And Rias could not be left behind. And that is why, when you see all our weaknesses and still want to be our friend, we want you to train us. Okay, I didn't expect that. Oh, what do you mean? As you heard, we want you to be able to train us together with your Pokemon so we can become stronger. All your advice when we have small moments of training have been helpful to us, and by seeing your Pokemon we can know that we are in good hands with you. She took Ash's hands, who still hadn't gotten out of shock. Ash, we trust you with our lives just as you trust us with yours. We are at your disposal. At that moment he understood. Although they still do not feel ready to be able to tell him about the problems that overwhelm them, they know and understand well that if they need help, he is there to help them. He couldn't help but smile. They put their trust despite what he told them. And it will not fail them. Bucho, I promise you that we will win this rating game. With a fist raised in front, a look full of determination and an unbreakable willpower, he spoke. Given that. That was a signal for everyone, one by one, without missing anyone, to join in a circle. As a team. And in unison. We will not give up until the end. With that emotion, the training began. All these 12 days they had nothing but training. All members trained under Ash's supervision, having spars with their Pokemon. Kiba, with a training of gravity magic seals on his legs, increased his resistance and speed. Without rest he tried to fight with everything against Sceptile, who was his training partner. He only stopped when he had to eat and sleep. But he was determined to outdo Sceptile's speed at all costs. Kaneko had matches so she could control her strength and have better combat strategies, since she knew she couldn't continue with the same strategy and expect it to work in all her battles. So he started training his senses and his most hidden power that Ash suspected, and he plans to use it. Training with Infernape has improved a lot. Akino was more difficult in Ash's opinion since her techniques and attacks are long distance, but he was still able to find a solution. She trained with Jengar, making her sharpen her senses and learning to expect the unexpected due to the playful personality that the ghost/poison Pokemon has. Asia learned magic, and by watching the Pokemon's techniques she was able to create some defensive and offensive ones in case she was cornered. She was the doctor and a crucial piece for the team. Rias trained with Serena. Both of them trained their power more and hoped to know what their limitations are. Of course, on the first day they took the meeting to an all-out battle in which both of them were badly hurt, and if it hadn't been for Ash, they would be even more hurt now. But now they get along like best friends, although they still treat each other like rivals. And Ash. He trained in secret away from everyone, including Serena. No one knew what kind of training he underwent, but they did know that he learned the basics of demonic magic thanks to Akino, and that Asia had been healing him every morning when he returned from his night training. Yes. All these 12 days were just training. Already on the last night of training, Ash was on the roof of the mansion looking at the moon alone. Since Pikachu slept with Serena and Sylveon, he was thinking about all the training he had to do. And at some point he wanted to wish to stop. But he didn't, as many are waiting for him to win. And he will win for everyone. Ash? Hearing a voice, he turned around to see who it was. It was their king, who had a light blue robe. It was obvious that he got up to look for him. Play the song Only One by Yellowcard. Bucho? What are you doing here? Well then I can't sleep, my first rating game starts tomorrow and that keeps me awake at night. I understand you, in my first league I had the same problem, I couldn't sleep because of the nerves and excitement. She sat down next to the black-haired boy who was still looking at the moon. There was an atmosphere of peace and serenity between them. Until Rias decided to clarify a doubt. AshXharem told me that when you visited her region you did reckless things, so many would consider you a suicidal madman, she said, giving him a serious look. It was obvious that he didn't like that at all. Well then he had nothing to say at that look since his nerves scared him. How do you do it? Huh? He didn't understand what she asked. How can you throw yourself into the same danger? How can you be positive even when everything is against you? I just want to know if you were never afraid in those moments. Ash understood the reason for those questions. The redhead was afraid of what was coming. And you can understand it. It will be his first battle in which a lot is at stake. Bucho, the truth is, every time I go out to a new region, every time I face a gym, a new team, a new leader who wants to take the world as his own, all those times when I risk my life, my friends' lives and my Pokemon's lives, I get scared. That left the she-devil very surprised. In all the time she has known him, she can assure that there was no sign of fear in what he did when trying to rescue Asia, and none when he opposed Razor. Hearing it from Azabasha's own mouth makes him think that no one is exempt from fear. But his thoughts were stopped when he heard the coach's voice. Knowing that if I were to back down from what I do, everything around me would be meaningless, everything I would have worked and tried my hardest for would mean nothing anymore, and all those who were once with me would no longer be able to see me even though I know they will be with me. That is why when I feel fear starting to take over me, I just repeat to myself, never give up until the end, and from there I draw on all my strength to get up and continue on my path without looking back, without retracting my actions and my decisions of what is most important to me, my friends. All his words were spoken with a determination and passion that very few could ever have. Rias was speechless. If before her feelings were great for Ash, now with those words they are even greater. A boy like him is nowhere to be found. Maybe you are not strong enough yet to be able to tell him what you feel. But, Ash, I swear that when this is over, I will seriously go to have your heart, Serena. You better get ready because you will know why they call me the Crimson Princess of Ruin. From now on I will go with everything. She took Ash's head, who was still looking at the moon, and then made him lean on her legs while playing with his black hair. Bucho, what are you? Nothing, Ash, just stay like that. The voice of the she-devil was soothing and melodious to the trainer's ears. He didn't know why, but he relaxed in that softness and warmth that she transmitted. But what they both didn't know was that everything was seen through the eyes of a certain Honey Pelly who was looking for the dark-skinned man. And he had found it with his rival. She just smiled sideways, deciding to walk away and go back to bed. With thoughts in mind. I'll leave her, maybe tomorrow there will be a battle waiting for them, but when it ends our war will begin, and only the best will win. With a battle approaching, Ash will do everything to win, whether for his king or for his friends. Making an impression throughout the underworld significant to his mission as well as his goal. But the serious question: will he succeed? For now. Chapter 8. The night has come. And as expected for them, the Gremory nobility was just minutes away from starting. Everyone was in the club room and the tension was palpable. Talks were held. They reviewed their strategies. And they rested enough to be able to give their best. For them it was their first time in a real battle where you fought to win. But for Ash it was different. His experiences kept him calm, knowing that he had to calm his mind and stick to the strategies. But he couldn't let his friends continue with that tension. So I call your attention. Guys, I know you're nervous about this, but we've all worked hard to win, and I promise you that if you trust in yourselves and your training, we can win. Everyone looked at those eyes full of confidence and determination that he always has in a battle. And they were infected by it. Now each one had a look full of determination waiting for the meeting to begin. Rias, who was in her seat as leader, could see that now the same pillar that supports the team of Formamoro was Ash. And he had promised not to get carried away in this battle. She has to stick to the plan if she wants her nobility to win. By the way, Asia, why are you wearing your sister outfit? Well, it's just that Bucho told me that I could wear something that I feel comfortable with, and my church attire is what I'm used to. She spoke out of nerves, blushing at the way the dark-haired boy looked at her, hoping that he would find her attractive. But it was not what was expected. Hey, can I really wear something I feel comfortable in? Damn, I would have liked to wear something other than my academy uniform. Don't worry about that, Ash, I have something for you. Everyone turned to see Serena, who had a pink backpack in her hand. A few minutes passed and all the she-devils were blushing. And it was that Ash changed his outfit. He had a black sleeveless undershirt and a red jacket with white sleeves and collar in which it was open, black elbow guards, black fingerless gloves with white detailing, jeans with 2 pockets on the sides, black and white tennis shoes, and to top it off a red cap with a white front and a black pokeball symbol in one corner of the white part. Serena even fixed her hair to make it cooler with the cap on. The result? I think we'll have to bring handkerchiefs for Serena and Rias' noses because of the blood they shed. Akino licked her lips in lust at what she saw. Asia blushed to levels greater than the color of a magcargo. Kaneko felt her wild impulses begin to take over her, asking to claim her mate. And it was that Ash, in everyone's eyes, looked like he was a damn hexy and handsome boy, in the sense that having a cold look and the seriousness of a champion could make an angel fall from the grace of heaven because of how sinful it would be to take him. While the coach, he looked at his clothes with a serious look. But he liked it. This outfit looks great on you, Serena. Now I feel like I'm a regional champion. Well, Ash, I thought you wanted to show everyone your strength, so I knew you would feel more comfortable with trainer clothes. I hope you like it. I love. Just a smile. And having Pikachu on his left shoulder, who was also smiling. It was enough for the girls to be on the verge of sending everything to hell and possessing him right then and there. But unfortunately for them, a magic circle appeared. Kiba let out a heavy sigh that he held back. He didn't want his friend to be graped in front of his eyes. And Ash, very oblivious to what they were planning to do to him, even looking at his image in a mirror. The same silver-haired maid appeared in the circle. The rating game is about to begin. With that announcement, everyone returned to the real matter that led them to rigorous training. I must inform you that the rating game will be watched by both families, and not only that but also by my master, Lucifer-sama. For some it felt like there was pressure now. For Ash it wouldn't be, since meeting the leader of the underworld was one of his goals to achieve. Then you will see how to get together with him. My brother will be watching everything? Rias asked, fearing not because she would look bad in front of her brother but because she didn't want him to see Pikachu. I knew that something like an unknown and strong creature like Pikachu can attract unwanted attention. Had to. Ash, you better leave Pikachu here. I don't want him to. I'm sorry, Bucho, but sooner or later you'll find out that I'm not from around here. Today I'll let many people know that the Pokemon have returned to the game. She just sighed, knowing how stubborn he was. So I stopped trying. Serena-sama, you can accompany me to where the rating game will be seen. There will be the Mao along with the Gremory Lords. She was hesitant, but knew she could see what would happen in battle, so she nodded and agreed. Wait, Serena. Ash stopped her and then used one of his rings to bring about 4 Pokeballs. 2 of them have Braixen and Packham. The other 2 have my Pokemon that will protect you if something happens to you. Please be careful. The worried one told him. I should tell you that, and remember that you should not use it if there is no other alternative. I promise you. She smiled at him and then kissed him on the cheek and walked away from the group that was already waiting to begin. The redhead felt jealous when she saw what the honey-haired girl did. You will have time to go against her for now. Getting my freedom is what I need to go all out for, Ash. And with those words they all disappeared in a flash. Hey! Aren't we supposed to appear on a battlefield? Yes, Ash-kun, we are on the battlefield. Look at the sky. He obeyed what Kiba told him and looking at him along with Pikachu on his shoulder. The sky was a green aurora. It was obvious that they were no longer in the real world. And with the corresponding announcements, the rating game began. Okay, it's time to plan our strategy. The redhead spread out a map of the school combined with the chessboard. We must eliminate the pawns first. It would be very problematic if they all arrived and were promoted to queen. I have a plan. What if we force them to only be able to go through one path? Everyone paid attention to the coach's words. What do you mean, Ash? Simple, Bucho. From what I saw, they rely on numbers and tend to take advantage of an enemy lowering their guard to attack. But in a small space where they have nowhere to hide and with an area disadvantage, their numbers are worthless. Here in the field area, we can force them to have to pass by blocking the other routes that reach our territory. But the problem would be that even with our training, they would wait for us to lower our guard due to fatigue. So what do you suggest, Ash-kun? Well, Akino-senpai, I suggest we get some help. Abe? The black man just smiled and then took some of his rings. Yes, help. Time had passed, and the game began. The participants were already beginning to move to execute their strategies and strength. Ash and Kaneko stealthily entered the gym, one of the first places they must secure for the plan to work. When they entered, they felt some presences. It was the first contact. Ash put a finger to the communicator in his ear. Control, he read, we are in the gym, but we have several contacts. I request instructions. Everyone in the nobility agreed to speak in code names to prevent anyone from using their communications to their advantage. Idea from the redhead. Try to eliminate the pawns. If there is a strong piece, let white take care of it. We have to secure the gym. Received, network out. Ash looked at Kaneko, who also had a finger on her communicator so she could know what her role would be. They both nodded and stealthily entered the. By the time they entered a basketball court, they managed to spot their opponents. There were 4 girls, 2 were wearing physics jumpers hinting that they were twins, one was the same one who tried to attack Ash that day at the club, and the last was one in Chinese attire who for some strange reason did not take her eyes off him, making him nervous and even more so when they met again to fight. It was obvious that Razor's servants were waiting for them to fight. Ash-kun, you take care of the pawns, I'll go for the tower. Understood. Remember your training with Infernape. It was the last thing he said after summoning his sacred gear and launching into battle. The Chinese tower walked calmly, and just as Ash passed by her she winked at him flirtatiously, leaving the coach a little confused, but he just let it go. But the Gremry tower didn't like that at all. Something she could notice. Well, I'd better beat you fast, I want so badly to take that purity away from you. Obviously Kaneko knew what she was referring to. So he angrily clenched his fists, and from them electricity came out, leaving the Phoenix Tower confused. Meanwhile, sounds of metal clashing and scraping could be heard. It was Ash who used his sacred gear as a shield to block the blade of a chainsaw, which didn't receive a single scratch. The twins were frustrated to see that no matter how hard they tried to cut the raven, he evaded them with good agility, and used the things within his reach very well. So they tried to attack him from different sides. Still he was able to manage, but I noticed something was wrong. Until he realized. Where is the third one? But it was too late for him to do anything, since the same pawn who tried to attack him had in her hands a spear aimed directly at his body. Without a chance, he just said, Iron defense. A flash blinded the pawn for a few seconds until she felt the tip of her spear hit something. It was not the coach's soft body, but something harder and more solid. When the light cleared, she moved away from the shock until she had a distance, and could see better what her eyes were seeing, including the twin daughters of the woodcutter, and the Chinese rook that stopped his fight with Kaneko, who also looked curious. And it was nothing they knew. It was a being made of dark blue rock with magenta red rock spikes, large in size and with an intimidating look. He had stopped the deadly attack that was aimed at his trainer very easily. The black-haired boy smiled. Thank you very much, Gigolith. I thought it would be like a skewer. Giga Gi whenever you like. While the pawns were commenting. What the heck is that thing? And how am I supposed to know? The twins were arguing. What the heck is that? The Phoenix Tower was not far behind. It's none of your business. The Gremry Tower coldly told him, and then took advantage of the fact that his opponent was distracted. While in a place where several older-looking demons were watching the raiding game, everyone was shocked by that creature of rock and quartz. Murmurs like, "What is that?" or "Where did it come from?" were the most frequently mentioned. A young-looking man with long crimson hair watched everything from a throne, being somewhat intrigued by that creature and at the same time smiling. Interesting. While also at a table where she was somewhat far from the others present was Serena, who had Sylvian hidden under the table. She looked at everything. He already has everyone's gaze, it won't be long before they try to go after him, and I must be ready to prevent them from hurting him not only on Arceus' orders but also to protect Ash. These were his thoughts as he watched things unfold, waiting for the moment. Meanwhile, Sharp Rock. A strong stomp from the rock Pokemon caused many blue rock spikes to emerge from the ground. The pawns jumped away from them to avoid them. They were frustrated as that creature protected Ash from any surprise attacks, and its defense was too strong for their saws and spears. As Kaneko continued to deliver electric shocks to the tower that was still receiving damage. And he realized something when trying to attack. His body went numb. "You are paralyzing yourself from the electric shocks I have given you. I warn you that if you do not leave now I will take you out myself," she said seriously. The Phoenix Tower spoke. "Yes, I think it's true." Just when Kaneko thought he was going to surrender, the tower of her hand released a sphere and it exploded in a blinding light. Only those seconds are enough for. Where is? She will escape. While Ash. He was still fighting with the girl with the spear, evading her thrusts. Damn it, stay still. She launched a stab that was going straight to his face, but he evaded it, leaving a cut on his cheek. With his left hand he took the spear and with his own strength he broke it in two. The peon couldn't believe what she saw. But he didn't have time to think either, as Ash slipped and hit his stomach with his knee, knocking the air out of him. Knocking her out. Instead, Gigalith activated his iron defense once again to receive the twin saws that couldn't even make a scratch. Sparks flew on contact with the rock body. And that was the moment. Gigalith uses Sharp Rock. The rock Pokemon used movement to imprison them with no possibility of escape. Control 3 of the pawns were neutralized. The tower managed to escape. "Okay, get out of there. Black is ready to execute the plan. Tell him to save his energy. I have an idea," read out. Ash cut off communication and gave a signal to his Pokemon and Kaneko to leave. Already leaving the gym. "Okay, Gigalith, let's finish this with Earthquake." The Pokemon obeyed and stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. Kaneko held on to Ash from the force of the tremor, while the trainer stood firm as if nothing had happened, looking seriously at the building. And in a few seconds the foundations of the building began to collapse and then fall, leaving where there was a building only rubble. 3 Razor Phoenix pawns have been removed from play. With this announcement the first phase was completed. "Red here, Control, you did a good job. Now with the roads blocked you only have one route by which we can contain you. For now regroup with Gold in the court area." Received, network out. They both cut off communication and smiled at the good work that was done. "Well, Gigalith, you did a good job. Come back," he said, returning it to his Pokeball. "Your Pokemon are strong, Ash-kun." "I know, Kaneko-san, I'm very proud of them," he said, looking at the Pokeball in his hand with a smile. They both started walking to reach their next objective. "Ash-kun, tell me, Kaneko-san, in your world are there Pokemon similar to cats?" Ash noticed that she was slightly blushing at that question. So he smiled. "Of course, there are all shapes and types. I told Asia I would take her." The white-haired girl, upon hearing that Ash wanted to take someone to his world, was saddened at not being mentioned. "Doesn't he care about me?" were his thoughts. "And you too along with everyone else?" That puzzled her. "What are you talking about?" "I want to take you all. I want you to meet my friends from my world, my Pokemon, and I also want you to have your own Pokemon." "Ash-kun, do you trust us?" she asked, not sure of the Raven's words. leaving the coach confused by that question. And why would I distrust you? Was his innocent response, tilting his head. That simple act made the little tower smile. Then he kissed his cheek, leaving the coach even more confused. But at the same time, he felt his heart start to beat fast. Thanks, AshXharem, she said, smiling and with a blush on her cheeks, and then continued walking. He just touched his cheek where he felt those tender lips. That feeling is the same one I feel with Serena and Rias every time they kiss me, but what is this feeling? I think more than one person agrees with me that he is not the smartest in matters of the heart. So leaving those thoughts aside, he went back on his way, but he could notice something on the ground where the tower was going to step. Kaneko. She turned around when she heard that scream, and at the same time when she looked at the magic circle she was also surprised. He knew he couldn't do anything anymore. BOM. An explosion occurred in the area where he was. That was the end for whoever was. Everything was seen by a woman. The Phoenix Queen, who smiled with arrogance. 1 less, 5 more to go, fufufu. AshXharem. The queen turned around to see that the supposedly eliminated one was far from the place of the explosion. But what? AshXharem. She screamed as she was pushed away before the explosion, saving her from the deadly trap. But you know who pushed her? The dust cleared to reveal a somewhat injured Ash covering his face with his arms and his somewhat dirty clothes with lines of black smoke coming out of them. He had received all the damage. But Gah! He did not come out so unscathed. His whole body hurt. This really hurts. Red, what's going on? Red, Ash responds. Because of the pain, he got on one knee trying to resist it. He took the damage from me, I have to get him to the base. This is what Kaneko answered with her communicator, and also trying to help Ash. Bring it, the mission can. With control, we will continue with the mission. Read out is what he said, still in pain, talking to his communicator. Ash, return to base, that's an order, Ash. He cut off communication without letting her continue and got up with the help of Kaneko, who was in tears. Because if she had been more alert, Ash would not have received such great damage. Well, look who got hurt. I really didn't want to hurt you too much, since Shuelan, Cirrus and Ravel-sama asked me to. She pointed her cane at both boys, smiling sinisterly. But well, I'll tell them that you got in the middle, a half-truth. Just when she was going to attack, lightning struck her, leaving her wounded. I'm sorry, but I won't allow it. She looked up when she saw who attacked her. Akino-senpai. Kaneko-chan takes AshXharem to the base, we have to heal him for. She couldn't continue as a flash interrupted them. It was Ash who brought out another Pokemon similar to a hawk with red and gray plumage. Talonflame, I want you to help Akino-senpai. Talon. But Ash, you're hurt. The Pokemon spoke to him, worried about the condition of his trainer. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Kaneko-san, let's go. He said this as he headed to the next meeting point. Ash Kaneko had no choice but to go and catch up with him. Ash, Bucho ordered you to come back. Akino tried to go after them, but an explosion didn't allow it. Do you really think I'll let you go after what you did to me? You're so wrong. Pam. She couldn't continue because the same Pokemon hit her in the stomach with Bold Bird, taking the air out of her and leaving her confused and angry. Damn bird. He used his explosions to hit him, but the fire Pokemon used Nitro Charge to increase his speed and perfectly dodged those explosions. Stay still. I can't continue attacking as Akino blasted her with lightning. I'm going to have to postpone your punishment for another time. In the meantime, I won't forgive you for trying to hurt Ash. In the distance, Ash stopped for a moment, and then took something out of his pockets. They were blueberries. I hope these orange berries work for me. He took out of one of his pockets a grinder to grind the berries. Had to use some good force as the berries were super hard. AshXharem, what are you doing? Kaneko asked him, having already caught up with him. I grind some berries that will help me recover. I will save a few for when things get complicated. But AshXharem, Bucho told you to come back. We have to continue, Kaneko-san, we can't stop now. She didn't say anything when she saw that she couldn't get the black-haired boy to give up. I knew he was very stubborn. He watched as Ash made a paste and ate it. He didn't have to wait long when he saw the coach get up with some difficulty, but also see how he recovered. It worked. She was surprised. She didn't expect a few simple berries to do such a good job. While the spectators, they were still surprised that the rock creature caused that earthquake capable of doing such damage. And they were also surprised that the jet could withstand such an explosion. That boy is tough to kill. Nobody questioned that comment. Instead, Serena was with the Arceus in her mouth, as she saw how her beloved was hit by the explosion. And also seeing how he, due to his stubbornness, continued with what was planned. He and I will have a long conversation about prudence. For now, there is nothing you can do but watch. 3 pawns of Razor Phoenix Sama have been removed from play. That's what was heard a moment ago. When they arrived, they hid and found Kiba, who was also hidden. Ashkuin, I received an order that I had to return you to the base so that you could heal. It seems that Bucho is not very happy because you disobeyed her, said the knight, looking at him in a reproachful way. Don't worry, besides I had to save Kaneko-san. The aforementioned was only saddened by remembering that it was her fault. Something Ash realized. Kaneko-san, what's wrong? Ashkuin is hurt because of me. If I had used my... In any case, Kaneko-san would have passed by. I could barely detect her, and besides that she hid well. Only if I used my power to the maximum would I have detected her much earlier. But what mattered most to me at that moment was you, since you are my friend, and like all my friends I will protect you no matter what. After those words, Kaneko understood that Ash doesn't care what one hides. He will always trust his friends. Without judging and without recrimination. Ash. I am Razor Phoenix Sama's knight, Carlemagne, and I request a meeting with Knight Gremory now. This is what was heard in the court area. The 3 looked to see who it was. A girl in almost medieval armor with a normal sword and a short one like a dagger. Well, that was direct. They both agreed with the jet black. They revealed themselves to the girl who was on guard. He was cautious about what was going to happen. I am the Knight of Rias Gremory, Yudo Kiba, and I agreed to give you a meeting. Ash didn't understand why the presentation. Okay, I think this is something related to gentlemen and honor. I am Rias Gremory's Rook Kaneko Toho, and I won't let you try anything dirty. Now he felt out of place when he saw that the white-haired girl also showed up. Well, I didn't expect this from Kaneko-san, because this reminds me of Team Rocket. And I wonder how they are? Partner, it's your turn. Who? He snapped out of his thoughts when he saw his companions and the rival knight looking at him as if they were expecting something from him. Do I have to introduce myself? Don't put pressure on yourself, and don't be disappointed if you don't do well, Ashkuin, Kiba told him, trying to cheer him up. There is no pressure, said the tower in simple words. Although I don't expect something incredible from someone who doesn't know what presentation is, said now the rival knight, who crossed her arms and smiled arrogantly as if she was making fun of the black-haired boy. Something that this one did not like. He lowered his head a little, making his companions believe that those words affected him. But he smiled. And I look up like a shonen character with an aura. I am Rias Gremory's pawn. He clenched his fists. Ash Ketchum. And without anyone expecting it, with a shout, a blue-colored power began to form in his body. And without warning, this came out like a flame, raising his clothes as if he were floating, in his hair. Surprisingly, the cap stayed on his head. And not only that, his eyes and some strands of his hair changed color to blue. Imagine Ash as SSJ blue, but only blue in his eyes and front locks. Leaving his companions in shock and the rival knight very stunned by such power. And while I'm here, me and my friends, we won't give up until the end. And with that scream, more aura emerged like fire. Yep, you can call that a presentation. What is that power? It's very different from the dark and wild one I used before. I can't feel any anger and fury like the other times, were Kiba's thoughts when he saw that powerful aura. Why do I feel so safe and protected being near that power? I feel like it attracts me like a moth to the flame. That power makes me shudder with pleasure. Kaniko's thoughts did not come alone as a blush also appeared on her cheeks. Instead, Ash. Well, I was finally able to unlock my aura. I hope it's enough so I don't have to resort to Hoppa's shadow and... His thoughts stopped when he felt something. Kiba, several are approaching. Whatever you have to do, do it now. Understood. Kaniko-san by my side. Yeah. Both knights engaged in a battle of swords and speed that Ash saw was not to be interfered with. My goodness, so this is your power? They turned to see two people. One was a woman in a more provocative outfit with a half mask, while the other was a girl about the age of Kaniko and Ash but with curly blonde hair and a pink dress like a refined girl. What Kaniko didn't like was how the blonde looked at Ash. With a noticeable blush and labored breathing. Isabella, I want you to take care of the cat. I'll take care of him, she said, still looking at Ash with eyes full of desire. Something Ash noticed. Why are you looking at me like that? Kaniko-san also looked at me like that, but it wasn't for long. Maybe your aura has something to do with you being a pure socialite. What do you mean, drag? It's just a theory, but I think demons are attracted to pure things since their desires to corrupt are great, and your aura transmits power but at the same time purity, as if it were similar to that of an angel, and a demon, in this case a female, will feel the need to take it and possess it for her selfishness. You must be careful when you use it, and more so when you are close to your companions, since it also increases the attraction that dragons naturally produce. Okay, even though I didn't understand half of what you said, I'll try not to use it so often. Ravel-sama, Razor-sama ordered you not to interfere, especially when he wants to humiliate Rias-sama's pawn. I'm not going to let you hurt him. I want to knock him out and then have him with me until this stupid game is over. She expelled fire from her body, and from her back wings made of flames emerged. Her hands formed flames ready to attack. He launched himself at speed and Ash evaded the flaming blow, but it was a distraction since the blonde with another hand formed a condensed ball of fire, causing it to explode. Gah! The explosion threw him far from any help his companions could give him. Ash-kun was Kaniko's cry as she tried to go to his aid, but you are my opponent. She couldn't because the other tower threw a jab that almost reached her. While the raven quickly got up despite the damage, even having his aura. Damn, she's clever, he said with a burning sensation in his arm. He went back to his guard, but this time she attacked him with multiple fireballs that he dodged by jumping back. Don't run away, sweetie. We'll play a lot tonight, she said in a seductive tone while still throwing fireballs. What the hell is wrong with him? He couldn't think any more as he felt he had reached a wire berry. There was no way out. You're mine is what he said, throwing a medium-sized fireball. When he saw her, only one thing occurred to him. He put his hands forward and with them he received the fireball. He tried to contain the ball for a few seconds with his aura, but the fire was too hot and it wasn't working, so using his strength he deflected the attack upwards into the artificial sky until it was lost in the firmament. But, ouch, I'm burning, he shook his hands to calm the burning in his palms. The blonde who was watching from the air was surprised by what she did, and then smiled sideways. Well, I hope you also like playing with the handsome wind. With a movement of his hands some wind blades formed and then went straight to the jet. Upon seeing them, he did what he could to avoid the deadly blades. But, one of them hit him in the shoulder, drawing blood. When she saw that she had hurt him, she regretted it. Damn it, I cut him, I just wanted to knock him out so I could have him with me for the rest of the game. The others will kill me for hurting him like that, it doesn't matter as long as I can heal him, there's no problem. And if I comfort him once he loses, maybe I'll be able to win his affection for Satan's sake, I can't wait. While she was blushing deep in her thoughts, the coach touched his shoulder, still bleeding, closing one eye from the burning pain of the cut. This burns a lot. Partner, at this point you won't achieve anything and you still have to save energy to face that phoenix. You have to turn the tables now. I know, Drag, and I have someone who can do it. Are you sure? I don't know much about your world, but I know it wouldn't go well against the wind and the fire. Trust my employee, she has never failed me when it comes to situations like these. Ash, already cutting off communication with his internal tenant. The one on his belt took out a pokeball. Something that Ravel noticed. "What are you going to do?" "Go out and use Ferocious Plant." When he threw the pokeball, a flash of light came out and blinded the phoenix for a few moments. Those moments were necessary for enormous roots to emerge from the ground, creating an area of grass and wood that covered the ground. The others who were minding their own business also saw this and moved away from the newly emerged wild forest, leaving them surprised, including the spectators who were watching the raiding. When the vegetation calmed down, she was in the air and looked everywhere trying to find her target. "Shit, I can't find it. I was flying not so low to be able to find it, but I couldn't find it." So he despaired. "Damn it, I don't know how you did it, but I'm fed up with this. If you don't come out on the count of 3, I'll burn everything with you." She said this with a fireball over her head and being very angry. Of course, she didn't want to cause him any major burns, but her next cute boy was very stubborn. That stubbornness is what I'm going to correct. When I have him at my mercy, it will be fun to use that horse whip to discipline him properly. It was his thoughts having plans that were not good for our hero. 1. She waited for him to come out, but nothing. 2. Again nothing, which made her grit her teeth in anger. 3. Don't say I didn't warn you. But just as she was about to throw the fireball, some roots in the forest moved as if they had a life of their own, heading towards her. Something I noticed, and with its fire I burned those roots. She felt someone holding her from behind without her realizing it. I turned around a little to see that it was Ash, feeling his chest imprisoned by those arms. Something that upset her, and not only that, it excited her, causing her to blush Charmeleon level. That was because Ash still had his aura active. "I have you," he said. "Well." Her tone was very soft and very sweet. Something our hero noticed, remembering Drag's words about his aura. But I didn't expect what she was going to say. "If you like to play rough with me, you'll have to take responsibility." When she looked into his eyes, they were clouded with desire, which he saw, and now he was the one who was upset, and not only that. He felt something slide down his leg. It was her hand trying to get through her pants. Something that made him blush excessively, regretting having included in his plan of attack the subjugation of her. Oh, I think if I don't let her go, I'll have a lot of problems with the girls and more with my mother." And it was true. The girls of the Gremry nobility felt that someone was stealing something important. And a certain honey-haired girl had a fork bent in many ways because she was so furious at seeing how that Oju-sama tried to steal what belonged to her. "Your first time is my property." Well, back to what was happening. Ash was looking for a way out of this, but one occurred to him. Or maybe he left his aura and released the blonde, who was confused by the act and wanting more of his closeness. Hammer of Dawn. Everything was planned. Well, not the part of you know. We better go back. At the scream of the black-haired boy, she noticed from the corner of her gaze that a yellow light was above her head, and it only illuminated her as if it were an attack directed from the sky. And without the opportunity to do something, that light, like a divine attack, fell upon her. Like the force of a hammer. The light not only hit the target but also burned all the vegetation. And far away from the area was Ash, who had in his hand a glass bottle with a green liquid. I knew the whole plan was worth it. Thanks for the help, Meganium. From the bushes a green Pokemon with a long neck and a necklace of tropical flower petals came out, and then launched itself at the boy and rubbed his face with its snout. It was her former Pokemon Bayleaf that was now a strong Meganium. "Me Meganium, all for you," Ash said, the initial of Jotha, with a blush on her cheeks from the flattery of her beloved trainer. "Well, we have this, now we are going to help the others." They both got ready to leave. But not so fast. They turned around when they recognized that voice. Out of the fire and smoke came someone they hoped had been removed from the game. Ravel. Apparently she did not come out unscathed. Her clothes had been burned and she had wounds that were being healed by flames, and to top it off she looked furious. The Pokemon did not understand how she could survive that attack that should have eliminated her from the game. What I suspected, she is a phoenix. I pay attention to Ash's words. And like Razor, she has the ability to regenerate, but she is not exempt from pain. The Pokemon looked back at the girl, who had a look that reflected how furious she was and how much worse. The fire on his back burned brighter. Just as he was preparing to fight her, Meganium returns. The initial looked at him as if he were crazy. Me, Meganium Niam, you're crazy, she hurt you or worse. Don't worry, your aromatherapy helped me recover and the Hammer of Dawn technique has made you very tired. I'll be fine, I promise, is the last thing he said before pointing the Pokeball and returning it. A knight and a rook of Razor Phoenix Sama were removed from play. What but how were the words of Ravel, who could not believe that two of her companions had been defeated by rookies. AshXharem. He turned around to see that it was his companions who were returning, still wounded and bruised from so much fighting. Guys, I'm glad you were able to win. It was difficult. If I hadn't released the gravity seals at the beginning, I wouldn't have won, said Kiba, who smiled at his victory. The lightning fist helped me a lot, AshXharem, said Kaneko, smiling in her own way and clenching her fist that was charged with electrical energy. Things could be going well now. But they didn't last long when they saw several more girls coming out from everywhere. They were on guard. The three turned to see that the blonde had a finger in her ear. Apparently she was communicating. But we have them here, okay, I'll go right away. She cut off communication and then looked at a girl with black hair and white clothes with a long sword in her hands. Cirrus, Oniai-sama ordered us to go to the base. We already have victory assured. But Ravel-sama, what about? Once we win, we will decide who will be first. For now, that handsome man is not going anywhere. Era, I'm not so sure. A bolt of lightning struck Razor's servants from the sky, and they barely escaped unharmed. Then a tornado of blue fire appeared surrounding the Gremory. Akino Senpai Talonflame. That's how it is. It was the two of them. When they approached, Ash asked, "What happened to the queen?" "We couldn't defeat her. She used a bottle with green elixir and then escaped." Just when I was going to ask another question. "Ash-san, can you hear me? We need help here, please." "Asia, what's happening?" "We are at the enemy base. Razor challenged Bucho-san to a duel and we are losing. Please come quickly, she won't hold out any longer." Asia resists. "I'm on my way." He cuts off the communication and then looks at his colleagues, who also heard the transmission. "Guys, go, AshXharem, we'll take care of the rest." "Defeat him, AshXharem." For your punishment can wait, go save the day." "Guys, thanks." When the fire tornado was over, Ash shot off towards the enemy base, but not before evading attacks from the rest of Razor's servants. As he passed, he managed to hear what were some explosions and signs of battle. He couldn't help but smile, knowing that his companions weren't holding back. He was glad to be able to count on them. He took out 2 Pokeballs from his belt and smiled. It's time for action. For Rias, things were not going as well as she wanted. On your knees with torn and burned clothes and a tiredness that cannot be put aside. No matter how many attacks he launched, he was unable to overwhelm his opponent. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get anything. Not even with the help of Pikachu, who was a bit tired. And to make matters worse, the queen and 2 of her servants along with Ravel had made an appearance. Things couldn't get any worse than they already were. "Rias, I must admit that you have impressed me. A fortnight ago you would not have been able to resist me, but now I realize that our children will be very strong with our blood." "Don't talk like you already have victory in the bag, Razor, this isn't over yet." "Pika, that's right," said Pikachu with sparks on his cheeks. Bucho-san, Asia shouted, worried about the redhead's lessons. "But it is a fact that stubbornness will be another of the things that I am going to correct, so that you are an exemplary wife worthy of Razor Phoenix," he said, dripping with pure arrogance, and in his hands preparing a flame of fire. Rias, as much as she wanted to get up and avoid that flame, couldn't because of the pain. Pikachu positioned himself in front, ready to protect her as his trainer asked him to. Asia, so well being exhausted, wanted to at least help her king, but she couldn't. "While you laugh." He just closed his eyes in helplessness for not being able to continue until the end, waiting for his inevitable fate. Everything seemed lost. But hurricane. Very violent winds blew, causing the flame to recede and disperse. None of those present understood what happened. Until a huge shadow appeared on the ground. And from the air descended a huge bird as big as a compact car with cream-colored plumage and a long red bird on its head. Its wings were enormous, and its eyes were red with black outlines that gave it a serious and fearsome look for its prey and predatory rivals. It was a mega Pidgeot. And on the back of the great bird was Ash. Ash-san. Pika-Pi Ash. Sorry for the delay. That's right, Ash Ketchum arrived. From a jump under the back of his flying Pokemon. Mewtwo. And in a purple flash a light purple feline-like Pokemon appeared next to the trainer. It was the clone Pokemon Mewtwo. Take them to a safe place. You won't need my help to fight them? Said the psychic Pokemon looking seriously at the Phoenix. I have someone to take care of them. I will take care of defeating Razor. He said this without taking his gaze off the heir of the Phoenix family. Okay, remember your training and your victory will be fulfilled. Don't worry, I won't fail. Ash. He turned around to see Rias, who was walking towards him in pain. Rias, wait, you don't know yourself. Bam. Everyone was in shock, including the clone Pokemon. Since they saw how she slapped him on the cheek. He felt the pain disconnecting him for a while until he looked at her. She was very angry and tears began to flow from her eyes. I grab him by the lapel of his red jacket and shake him, then yell at him. I had ordered you to return to the base, and you didn't obey. Do you know how anxious I was? Do you know how worried I was when they told me that explosion hit you? You are a damn selfish. He did nothing all the while his eyes were covered by the shadow of his cap, letting her take it out on him. The she-devil stopped yelling at him, and then fell to her knees and cried. Still without letting go. He knelt down and, standing at the height of his king, hugged her. I'm sorry I worried you like that. I didn't want things to be like this, but I have to keep my word to protect my friends. Ash, now I was afraid of losing you, and now I am even more afraid when I feel the power that Razor has. I stop talking when I feel something on my head. She looked up as Ash placed his cap on her head and smiled at her with pure determination and unwavering confidence. He just told him, Don't be afraid, because I won't give up until the end. There, she understood everything. Now he knows that his feelings were not just about falling in love. Not just loving someone. Now I understand why Serena loves him so much, and how I love him so much. Now I know that Ash will not give up until the end and will continue for all of us. Keep it for me, I promise to win and return to Ku with everyone. Bucho. She just smiled, holding the cap in her arms and holding it closer to her chest. Ash, you can do it. Go out and win for everyone for me. He stood up and then smiled and turned his back and walked straight to the Phoenix. Of course. With those words, the clone Pokemon used his teleportation to take the girls to a safe place. While the black-haired boy walked with his loyal electric friend on his shoulder. Are you ready, friend? Pika Pika like no one else is what he said with sparks on his cheeks. Razor, on the other hand, did not like how the raven approached so. Shuelan Cirrus. They obeyed and went straight to him, ready to attack him and knock him out. But the flaming fist of the tower was stopped by an equally flaming hand. And the edge of the knight's great sword was stopped by two strong green edges. They were Ash's Pokemon that came out of their Pokeballs in record time and stopped those attacks by moving them away from their trainer. The blonde was puzzled, not knowing what those creatures were. Ash continued walking, ignoring the duels of strength his Pokemon were having with the maids. Growling Revel. She just nodded, and being covered in flames she rose and dived towards him, but she was stopped by the huge bird that turned the violent winds and did not allow her to reach it. The blonde did not have to speak, as with a look he gave the order to his queen to attack. She rose and with her staff she aimed an explosive spell, but a huge torrent of orange flames prevented her from doing so, so she used a magic shield. But by force she was pushed. I look up to see a being similar to an orange dragon with wings, and the strangest thing was that its tail had a flame that burns intensely. Now Razor was alone, so in frustration he threw a huge fireball towards the trainer who was still walking. But a 4-pointed star made of water stopped the attack, causing the entire area to be covered in steam. From the steam came a blue frog-like creature with a tongue around its neck similar to a ninja scarf. The blonde couldn't believe that his attack didn't work, and to top it off he felt humiliated. And more anger when I saw how the coach left the steamer and continued walking. Grrrr, damn reincarnation. He couldn't finish because he felt a pain in the pit of his stomach. It was Ash who, surrounded by a blue aura, hit the phoenix with great force with his right fist. The phoenix couldn't believe how the raven covered a distance of 7 meters in just half a second if he hadn't yet been promoted to knight, and he also couldn't understand how the force of that blow noticeably exceeded that of a rook without being promoted. But I stop thinking when I feel a blow to the cheek thanks to Pikachu and his iron tail. The force was enough to throw him to the ground and crash into a building. All those present and spectators looked in amazement not only at the strange creatures but also at how the prodigy of the Phoenix family was easily beaten by a reincarnated. Only Serena had one thought. The real battle has begun. A great battle between Ash's Pokemon and Razor's nobility has begun. And only one team will emerge victorious. But for now,
let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.